Oh, look at this. I hadn't gone live. Okay, now we're live. Hey folks, sorry about that. I um I did a thing on this, and I'd done this in the past where I did the scheduled stream, and then I started it, and well, I thought I started it and I didn't touch the go live button on the YouTube. And so I talked for, I think, an hour, and people were going, what's going on? And they waited in the stream. And so anyways, that almost happened again tonight. I just started to get into some things, and then I realized I'm not noticing people respond to me in the chat, because I'll ask you guys now, does everything sound good and look good? There's a bit of ambient noise in the background, just from the fans and the circulation and the blower in the screens. And it creates a bit of ambient noise, but I've just been doing my property reviews before we started this, and it sounded okay. So let me know if everything sounds and looks good. And I see Jordan Whalen's in the house. Hey, brother. Cool that you're hanging out. Yeah, you guys can hear me. I think it sounds good. Off grid, Sugar Creek, right on. Great. I got a bit derailed today. I've been very, very busy as the snow is could be around the corner, as it was last year. It came at November 3rd and didn't stop. Normally winters here you don't have the snow stay until close to Christmas, and it kind of wax and wanes. We've now had a killing frost. Actually, we didn't even have frost. We just had snow, and then that was the killing frost. Our property is so neat that it doesn't get frosts, because the way it's orientated to the southeast, and the frost just moves, it just drops. Just the way I've terraced everything slightly down, slightly always 1 or 2% grade down towards the bottom, so we don't really get frost. But we got some snow yesterday, and it snowed all day, and I've been working on the driveway like a madman to kind of finish the last bit of work that I want to finish on it for the year. And yeah, I've been running around, and I had a headache today, and it totally derailed me, because I didn't get a lot of sleep last night or the night before, because my boy has been keeping me up. And all you parents out there know what that's like. I think women are just generally more set up to withstand that sort of regime of not getting sleep. At least my wife handles it far better than I do. A couple nights of sleep for me, forget about it. I can't even function. But I had a good rest and nap before this, and my headache's gone, and I did a number of my property reviews before, and so I feel sharp and ready to talk to you guys. So just checking in the chats here. Everything looks good. Right on. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to get into a lot of gravy, actually. And it's all going to tie into my context, which is living off grid. And it's, why a lot of people follow me now, is for that. So I'm going to talk about that, my philosophy on it, the kind of the who, what, where, when, why, and of it all. And I'm going to spend a lot of time answering questions. So near the end of the stream, I'll do questions. If people want to super chat me what I'm going to do in this stream, it's because I see all of them. I'm watching the chat. I'll snapshot it, just take a snapshot of it, and I can just do it with a click of a mouse. And then I'll kind of batch them at the end, and I'll just do a long bit of Q&A. And that's often where a lot of the gravy comes from too, because you guys ask me stuff, and then makes my mind go, and so sometimes that's going to be some of the best stuff that I do, is answer people's questions, and that's what I love doing. But I thought, I've been thinking a lot about my homestead lately, because it's kind of wrapping up the year. So a similar thing happens to people when they're farming, is when you get into October, at least in colder climates, you get into October, things start slowing down. The crops are different. You're getting frosts, and the season's going to wrap up. And during that time, it's you start to reflect, and it's a really good time for reflection because you're still in it. So you reflect, but it's slower. Things slow down. They haven't for me. Things have just accelerated actually to get. Yeah, I'm in my greenhouse. You guys check it out. We're in the big past the solar greenhouse. Oh, there's my computer. Where am I pointing this thing? Yeah, there. But you get into this reflective state, and I'm getting a lot of that right now, and I'm doing a lot of monotonous work because I've been working on putting in some culverts in my driveway for the last week or so. Also, just a lot of what I've done this year has just been labor, landscaping, using either my skid steer or my mini excavator, or just using hand tools, running a packer, doing a lot of that kind of work, and I have a lot of time to think. But I've been, really reflecting on the homestead, and I thought tonight I'd kind of share some of that stuff with you guys as I try to crystallize my thoughts. I'm kind of loosely working on a new book idea. And so sometimes for me, just jamming on ideas or riffing, as I say, helps me articulate things better, because I find my mind can actually, I can think an idea through further by speaking it. I don't know what it is about speech. One of the great things Jordan Peterson talked about was that, and actually I find it to be very true. And the spoken word is, there's something very powerful about the spoken word. And anyways, it helps me think. So yeah, I want to kind of just go through the who, what, where, when, why, really. So maybe I'll start with the why, because it kind of has the biggest context, and there's a lot of details with that as well. So why did I choose to come and be off grid? Well, why is a lot of what's happening right now, because I've seen all this coming for many, many years. And sorry folks, I see your questions. I'm not gonna keep live in the chat, but I'm gonna try to stay focused on what I was thinking. So the why, I mean, look at what's going on right now. We're starting, the whole Israel-Palestine thing comes up, and it's always an igniting issue, and that's certainly the case right now. But just, we're at this cumulative time when there's just so much shit being thrown at us. We're in the trenches of this controlled opposition, controlled demolition of the Western civilization. In a really macro way, the way I see it is that the upper level management of the establishment machine. So the upper level management aren't the top tier. John Podesta is upper level management. Jeffrey Epstein is upper level management. Bill Clinton management. Hillary Clinton management. A lot of those people have been caught, and pick your story on what they've been caught with. There's a lot of people talking about all kinds of things going on, and I don't need to get into any of that. But I think what's happening in a nutshell is these people have been caught, and the whole gravy train of the New World Order, because the New World Order is quite old, actually. But the New World Order is the world without God. That's why it's the New World Order, because the Old World Order is dominion, is God, man, and dominion. In my philosophical outlook on all this. But the upper level management have been caught, so the gravy train's over, and we're in this fall of Rome type thing, where there's a mad dash as people get caught for people to fill their boots and their Kafirs on the way out, as the whole thing, as the ship sinks, the upper level management are going, well, let's get our shit, let's get rich, let's set ourselves up, let's get out of here. And so we're in this cascade. At the same time, there's another faction, maybe the biggest, the higher faction, that's using it as a major opportunity to just consolidate their wealth. So the number of, few aristocratic, families are just using it to bring in the thing that they wanted. They want absolute control, because these people, they can't, they can print money, and that's the game, the money game, the matrix game, but they can't print control, and they can't print time either. So time is super precious for everybody, but they want control because they can't just print that. So that's what they want, and they're making the dash to get it. And in a really in broad strokes, they're using a tactic called Cloward and Piven. And Cloward and Piven is these two radical leftists that came up with this way of because with original Marxism, and Marxism is only for the rich. People think Marxism is for the poor. No, it's for the rich, because it's Marxism for you and aristocracy for me, right? That's what it is. But these Cloward and Piven, they figured out that you can't bring communism in with the old way, because the old way of communism was through the working class. But that's all changed in Western civilization because of automation, manufacturing, all the luxuries that capitalism has brought us. You can't get Marxism out of the working class anymore, so you need other things. And Cloward and Piven didn't really get into identity politics and all that, though they're radical leftists. And at least what I'm familiar with, the strategy is more about bringing every system in society to the maximum, where it becomes overburdened and overloaded. And so what's happening is that the economy is, the US wants to go to war again, right? And there's that clip of Biden going, yeah, we're the United States, we can afford another war. Of course, because he doesn't have to pay for it, with his children's lives and any skin off his back in any way. But so they're overloading the economy in every way, right? Look at the inflation right now. It's insane. And that's all going to tie into being off grid and all this. But so the economy's maxed out. I mean, we can just go on for days about the economy. But politics itself, look at politics. When have we ever had more of a clown of an American president than Joe Biden? Like, and at the same time in Canada, when have we ever had more of a clown than Justin Trudeau? And then go to New Zealand. When have they ever had more of a clown than Jacinda Ardern? When go to Australia, when do they ever have more of a clown than Dan Andrews? Or go to Macron in France, so on and so forth. The new Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Politics is being destroyed. All of this stuff is being destroyed intentionally. It's been triggered, in my opinion, by the managerial class getting caught, but the people who are above them are using this as a way to just bring everything to a head, because it all goes down to that Hegelian dialectic of problem, reaction, solution, which is the way to get you to Marxism, to get you to full communism. And that's what they do. So they caused a problem, which creates a reaction, and then they're going to offer the solution. And the solution, so anyways, we know the solution is, right? The solution is UBI, get you on a social credit system, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's talking about this stuff. I don't need to bring this news to you right now, but they're maxing it out. So economy, politics, it's a train wreck. That's intentional, right? Look at just the culture. Look at how divided people are culturally. It's insane. I was in Kelowna doing errands on the weekend, and I saw a big protest of there's these Saturday truther. They're not protests. They're just kind of rallies where they get together and talk. And They have speakers, and it's kind of a neat event. They were doing that, and then there was some but it wasn't a protest, but counter protesters of a bunch of rainbow cult, and most of them had masks on with wigs and had no anonymity. A lot of them just had these kind of cookie cutter signs. It was almost like somebody just handed them signs and they just held them up and put a mask on. Is really, really weird. But so you've seen the clashes of that, people fighting about these issues, fighting about COVID, fighting about any of the identity politics, woke, Black Lives Matter, you name it. Now Israel, Palestine. So the culture is throttled. Look at the supply chain. It's still not as easy to get stuff for anything as it was 2 years ago. The whole thing has just been permanently affected. A lot of it's bounced back to some degree, but not in my experience. And I'm somebody who's buying and selling a lot of stuff all the time, or buying mostly. It's everything's a pain in the ass, and people are still blaming COVID. And so you got those issues, and I could go down the line of all the different ways that our society right now is being brought to an absolute threshold, a boiling point. And this is why I'm off grid. This is why I'm in the bush. This is why when I showcase properties like we do at the Homestead Accelerator, we have a crazy offer again, which is kind of basically we had I don't want to derail. I get too derailed. I'll mention it. It's also in the show notes. There's an offer right now. If you want to be a Freedom Farmers Pro member by the month, you can do that and get access to the Homestead Accelerator. But it's why when I look at properties every week, I want to share with people the experience I'm having, because I'm having a real, immersive experience with it. And I have for many years, as I've consulted people on properties all over the world. And there's something about rural that is the safest place to be when the shit goes down. you guys like Corb Lund? You ever heard that song "Getting Down on the Mountain" by Corb Lund? The lyrics are you know what? I'm gonna read these right now. Because it's so perfect for check this out. So this is so perfect for what I'm talking about. This is just totally serendipitous that this came up. And I have been listening, but I've been listening to Corb Lund lately. So we're talking about society coming to a head, why I'm off grid, why I think being in the rural areas is going to be the safest place to be when the shit goes down. And when is the shit going down? Now. It's already going down. It's just going to keep going down further. But listen to the lyrics of this. When the oil stops, everything stops, nothing left in the fountain. Nobody wants paper money, son, so I'll stop counting. Can you break a horse? Can you light a fire? What's that? I beg your pardon. You best start thinking where your food comes from, and I hope you tend a good garden. Like these lyrics, man. This dude, I don't know. He's a Canadian kind of alt country singer. If you guys don't know Corb Lund, you got to check him out. If you like good country music, it's bang on. And he'll even get into sort of Chet Atkins style playing guitar, but getting down on the mountain. Don't want to be around when the shit goes down. I'll be getting down on the mountain. When the truck don't run, the bread don't come. Have a hard time finding petrol. Water ain't running in the city no more. Do you hold in precious metals? Can you gut the fish? Can you read the sky? What's that about overcrowding? You ever seen a man whose kids eat? How does he go? Have you ever seen a man whose kids ain't eat for 17 days and count? Anyways, I can't sing it like him, but I'm not going to do all this. But I mean, you get it, right? You get the message. But that's what it is, and you know what? I've always been a very optimistic person, and I hope for the best and I plan for the worst. And so when I see all these things going on in society, I don't see conditions improving. Same thing I've seen in the real estate market right now. That's why I think we're about to just burst into opportunity, especially in Canada. just conditions are not improving. And that's, when I analyze things, I just try to use my observation. What can I recognize as a pattern over time to come to certain conclusions about the best way forward? And my whole context, I should always say this right at the beginning, my whole context is prosperity. How do I get to prosperity for myself and my family, and perhaps my greater community? How do I get there? And so the minutia of things don't matter so much to me anymore. That's why I'm kind of sharing this macro perspective with you, because I don't think there's any importance at this state in the game of getting hung up on whatever the latest thing is. Oh, did you see this or did you see that? Who fucking cares? I mean, if I lived in Chicago and I heard, I'd probably want to know about the shootings, because it'd be relevant to me. They're not relevant to me living in the mountain, living in the bush. And so, but I can see that there's the trend is conditions are not improving. Some people are still bought into this delusional idea that when Donald Trump gets elected, and I actually wouldn't be surprised if he did get elected, and I wouldn't be surprised if he did get elected, that he's the first one to take America to war for Israel again. And then you'll have all these truthers still trying to make up excuses as to why there's some deep meaning as to why Trump's doing that. But I digress. Conditions are not improving. Trump, even if he is a good guy and gets elected, he's not going to stop the New World Order. Whether he's part of it or not, I don't know. I think there's a lot of evidence to say that he is part of it, but who cares? Again, what does it matter? The conditions are not improving. And so what do you do? When you can see that your dollar is getting less value every day significantly. I mean, it's not, I'm exaggerating. It's not significantly every day. It's significantly over fairly short periods of time though. I mean, I'm watching prices go up. This bottle of kombucha, this is one of those 1.4 liter kombucha. This currently at the grocery store is $15, $14.79, something like that. Not even a year ago, that cost $8. No, sorry. No, I'm losing time from COVID. Even at the beginning of COVID, this was still $8. That's $14 now. That's almost double the price. I mean, that's one item, but I look at prices, and I'm sure you guys do too. I mean, that was my biggest economic lesson my dad ever taught me is my dad used to say this really cheesy thing. He'd be like, I don't believe in much, son, but I do believe in prices. And I always thought that's such a cheesy and lame thing to say. I always expected deeper things from my dad, but at the same time, it is really deep in the sense that when you just observe prices on a day-to-day basis, you actually can learn more about the macro economy than listening to Paul Krugman or some of these other idiot macro economists. But you can observe. I mean, shit, look at prices. So conditions are not improving in every respect. And so at the same time, if you build your arc, now you can actually improve your conditions in many different facets. And a lot of those come down to the 8 forms of capital, which I've talked a lot about in probably a lot of videos, done some specific videos on it, but in streams, is that when you own land, okay, and don't get hung up on the ownership thing and what that actually means, whether it's a 99-year lease or you own it by equitable title or whatever. When you can be in a place, you can stack a lot of functions. When you're out, when you're renting in the city, or even if you're on land leases, you can do some more. But there's always varying different degrees. You can do things on a land lease. I wrote a book about it. But it's different when you actually own it. My buddy Jordan Whalens, I was thinking about him when I said that, because I did a video with him. You guys might have seen. He's got this really cool micro off-grid property, and so he's on a lease, and so he's got an ability to do some things. He can stack his infrastructure that he can move, but any commitments he makes on that land, he'll lose when he moves, right? And so that's significant. At the same time, he can still move things forward in some ways. And you could kind of think about basically from on a scale of renting an apartment to owning a large acreage and everything in between, there's going to be different scales on how you can stack functions as far as resources. But again, going to the main point I'm making here is that, and we're talking about the why with all of this, is that the more land you have access to, the more physical space you have access to that's secure and you hold it and it's private, you can do more things, right, with your physical surroundings. If you're a stock investor and your whole life is on a computer just cranking numbers, these things aren't important to you. They're important for us who are paying attention, who value where our food comes from and are looking at things going on and going, wow, conditions aren't improving overall. I think that's really all you have to understand. You can, and I'm even tired of all the truther stuff. I don't listen to anybody anymore. I don't have time. But I get it. I get all my gravy on Twitter now. I just, I follow some of the people that I used to watch their videos on, and I get more value out of reading their posts on Twitter, and it's more consolidated time for me than watching whole content pieces. Yeah, I just don't, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still paying attention, and I find I refuse to call it X. I find that name retarded. I call it Twitter, and it's still twitter.com. So, but I get more value out of it that way. So I do pay attention to what's going on. Don't get me wrong, but to get hung up in the minutia is BS, and is a complete waste of time. And this is where, people are coming at me for Jordan Peterson, because I used to like Jordan Peterson, and it's who cares? And I've mentioned it a few times. Yeah, I've followed people that have turned out to be bad guys. That's life. Again, it's the minutia. It's insignificant to moving the needle in my life. So why would I want to spend any time in that? Though, you can find yourself getting sucked into those time rabbit holes. But this is coming back to where my philosophy is with what I'm trying to do up here, is that I need to have maximum effort on my end to accomplish what we're doing up here, like maximum. You guys see my videos, and I don't need to brag about what I'm doing. You can just see it. This is completely driven by me. It requires an insane amount of effort, and it's challenging because it commands a lot of your attention. And when you get pulled into minutia, mistakes get made. I have to deal with a number of people all the time here, and there's always at least a few projects moving forward at once, which is hopefully about to slow down as we go into winter. At least it will on my end, because I'll just be managing snow and maybe doing more live streams. But to get caught up in things can really pull you away and slow you down. And I believe with where we are in the macro with all this, is that we're in this sort of quickening, because as I said earlier, this upper level management, as they try to, what do you call it? It's a smash and grab. You're looting. It's looting, basically. As they loot and pilfer what's left of Western civilization on its controlled demolition, there's a quickening, because more of them are doing it. And you can even see this in the news cycle, just how many new events, right? It was woke before COVID. Woke was getting crazy, the political correctness stuff, and Jordan Peterson was, right at the head of that. And then COVID, boom, 2 years of tyranny and madness, and the creation of true believers in the whole cult of the COVID thing and the whole woke thing. And then back to climate changes, and they tried to run that one again with the fire season, really hammering us on that. And now here we are, Israel, Palestine again. Oh, and then of course there was the Black Lives Matter, the George Floyd thing, right? It was just, who cares? It's a bunch of bullshit. But just look at the velocity in which these things are happening. So again, going back to what I can observe with my own eyes over time is that things are happening faster as far as big events, world events. And conditions are not improving overall. That doesn't mean they can't improve for you. And again, that's why we get on the land. That's why I'm here, because it's like Corblund says, you don't want to be around when the shit goes down, or when Cypress Hill, when the shit goes down, you be ready. You ever seen a man whose kids ain't ate for 17 days and counting, as he says in the song? I mean, that's it. And so, oh yeah, I want to share an image too. This ties into what I'm talking about here. I shared this on Twitter earlier this week. It's just a little infographic that I designed because I've been in our land consulting. I talk about this a lot as far as urban, suburban, peri-urban, and rural, in the sense of this is how human beings are amalgamated on land, is simply, as I guess I could put that, is you have people in urban areas, which are high concentration. I see your super chat there, Dale, and I'll take a screenshot of it and I'll get to it later. Thank you. You have higher concentrations of people in urban areas. You know what that is? Downtown Chicago, whatever, big city, urban. Then you have suburban. People move to the burbs. They've got little quarter-acre lots, sometimes smaller. Or suburban would be certain types of cities too, are all suburban. You have peri-urban, which is mostly where farms are. Peri-urban is where it's there's suburbs peppered around, and then there's farms, just big chunks of farms. In Alberta, a lot of Canada, they're just quarter section squares of farms. If you fly over, you can see it all. That's mostly peri-urban. And then rural is where you get more trees. Rural is more nature, less infrastructure, less highways, less people. And so when we talk about tyranny and how this, if you want to live free, how is tyranny imposed on you? Where does it come from? It comes from the government. Well, that's sort of an amorphous term. Where does it actually come from? It comes from people who might work in government, or even moreover, people who rat you out to the government, right? Because if you talk to any city planner or land use planner, anything like that, they'll tell you, or anybody who works in a city office, okay, they'll tell you that 90 to 99% of complaints and infractions for ordinances or statutes are done through complaints. And where do those complaints come from? People. The more people you see, the more chances of interactions you're going to have, right? Now, I'm listening to myself in a sort of third person way. It kind of sounds funny. I'm trying to make the case to not be around anybody and be a hermit. No, that's not what I'm talking about at all, because that's not how we live at all. We're very social. We were out with a friend's, one of our kids' friends' parents. They're also our friend's birthday. I had a headache, so I sat in the car the entire time, but I went down. But we're normally very social, and we have lots of friends and all that. So I'm not telling people to get to the sticks and hide out and be that lone wolf. That's not my off-grid strategy at all. I think I'll make the case tonight that that's just not it at all. People like to assume that because sometimes people like to assume the worst in you, and they look for things that they hate in themselves and they put them on you. It's called projection, but that's not what we're doing. But so back to this image. How is tyranny enforced? It's enforced through people. So simply, if you're away from people, you'll experience less tyranny. It's really that simple. Because I mean, when you live in a city, I lived in Montreal for 6-7 years, and how many people are in Montreal? 5 million. something like that. I had the same amount of close friends living in Montreal, and I'm a social guy, and I was back then too. I was a party animal. I was on the scene. I was, doing all kinds of bad things. But literally, I had the same amount of close friends in a city that big as I do here now in the country with, 1 million times less the population. So it doesn't matter if you're social, you're going to meet people anywhere. That, I guess, the point I'm trying to make. But when it comes to tyranny, it's enforced by people. So simply put, the more rural you live, the less tyranny you're going to experience. It's really that simple. And it doesn't actually, it does matter, but it doesn't matter as much as you think it would to the politics of that particular state or province. Because people say to me all the time, oh man, I'd love to go to BC, but it's just so communist. It's like, what are you talking about? Because you turned on the news and some political pundit on the CBC said something socialist. What's that got to do with me? I don't experience any of that. I don't experience the New Democratic Party, which is the political party of British Columbia. Is everything okay with the stream, guys? Just let me see. Is anything lagging or anything? I get this weird warning that popped up here. But so we don't experience that at all. And for the most part, that's how it is. When it comes to infractions and code enforcements and ordinances and stuff like that, those are mostly in place in peri-urban areas as far as they are applied to, call it rural people, which is a broad term, which pretty much means most people outside of the city or the suburbs. When you hear the term rural people, often it means peri-urban and rural. But anyways, those enforcers are driving around the counties. I mean, in Alberta, one of the challenges in Alberta, though there's great value in Alberta right now as far as Canada is concerned on real estate, is that it's very peri-urban. And actually, you know what? This would be a good opportunity to use some visual demonstrations here. So let's just go to Alberta. It's very peri-urban. So just kill all the roads here. You zoom in, look at this. What do you got? Quarter sections, just quarter sections of land. So this is peri-urban. This isn't really rural, because rural is more private. There's country roads everywhere. Neighbor, 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 right? Rural, it's harder actually to get rural land in Alberta, because when you get up in here, you get really cold. That's a DFC, probably zone 2 up at those elevations. But you can get some areas where you get into this kind of thing, where you get into some more trees, stuff like that. But this is peri-urban, and I know a lot of people who farm, especially around Canada and around the world, of course. But in Canada, I guess I know them a little bit more personally because I'm a Canadian myself. And so I hear farmers in Alberta all the time getting knocks on the door from just the local bureaucrats, the local county agents who've got some new Agenda 21 bullshit to impose on you, where we need to inspect this and inspect that. Whereas in the rural areas, you don't get that. You really don't. Not to say that you can't, but you just get it way less. And simply, it comes down to there's less people, there's less roads, there's less infrastructure. So going back to the why, that's why we chose to live as we do, as rural as we do. And, there's such a low population density. So, and this is my whole strategy, because I can see, going back to the macro, I can see the writing on the wall. I can see conditions are not improving and things seem to be quickening in how insane everything's going to get. So my strategy is just get out of the way. You're not going to change that. You're not going to change that. An election for the next Canadian dimwit politician or the next dimwit US politician is not going to steer the ship, because anybody who really knows how things work, the president or the prime minister, they're just a placeholder. they're not actually calling the shots. I mean, whoa, is that is that too controversial to say? I'm sure most people, no matter where you are politically, would probably agree with that. So the whole thing is falling apart, and it's by design on the highest levels, but it's also by result in that the upper level management have been caught and their gravy train's over and they're filling their boots on the way out. And so that's where I'm just going, I'd rather prosper. I'd rather, instead, you know, I admire, not that I admire, I respect people who stand up and call shit out. I'm the same way. But at this point, and I saw this in Kelowna last weekend, at this point, having an argument with some idiot, especially online, that's even more of a waste of time, but because you didn't even know who you're talking to anymore, unless you know that the person and know that that's their account. You're talking to somebody on the street, you're at some trans rally, and you're getting in an argument. You know, you guys like Alex Stein make these funny videos talking to these people, and I guess there's some entertainment value in it. But as far as what moves the needle for you forward, what does that do for you? That's what I'm trying to that's what I'm trying to say, is that I want people to prosper because I want to prosper. I love life so much that I want life to always be better. I want it to get better, because the better it gets, the more you enjoy it. If we're only here for a short time, let's make the most of it. Let's make the world a better place. Let's do good things. So I want other people to prosper. However, I don't see any prosperity in the direction of fighting with people, especially now, because so many people are so bought into whatever cult they're into. There's all kinds of cults out there. They're so bought in. Sorry, I'm going to kind of clean my glasses. That they're not coming out. And is it worth your life energy, your God-given chi, the force? Is it worth investing that on an idiot or somebody who is not going to do anything for you? You're not going to do anything for them. What's the point? And so that's why, for me, I've gone so hardcore in this way. And I guess sometimes you need extremists to, and not that that's extreme, but sometimes you need extreme examples of things to help motivate you. And I hope that's what I can do for people. And I've been blessed to afford the luxury to do this, because what I am doing is not cheap, and it's not easy, and it's challenges on a daily basis, but I enjoy it. And so that's where the thing, again, kind of coming back to holistic context and being on land, that's where all this stuff can stack in. That's where now, once you're in a place and you can put roots down, now you can start leveraging other forms of capital. Because here's the thing that the trillionaires and the billionaires know, the really, really rich, one thing that they know, and if you read books like 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, Think and Grow Rich, books like that, what the real rich know is that financial capital is only one asset class. That there are, if you understand the 8 forms of capital, and I've never heard billionaires talk about the 8 forms of capital in the way that, say, permaculture people do, but I actually find the permaculture approach to it far more enlightening and applicable to at least my context. But the billionaires know that you need to have assets, and that's how you improve. Every family, billionaire family, whatever, they all hold real estate. We're not, this presentation isn't about investing in real estate. It is in the sense that it's an opportunity to invest in yourself. Hey, Pierre, how you doing, buddy? To invest in yourself and your family and your overall life experience. And so this is why we've gone to this point where I'm not going to the protests. I'm not going to the trucker rally. I'm not going to and I never did. Some people said that I promoted people to go to the trucker rally. I never did that. I actually told people to stop waving the damn flag if they were there. But I'm not doing those things because Babylon is burning. And if you go back into Babylon to tell the Babylonians that the house is on fire, you're going to get burned. And so that's why I feel at this juncture, and I felt the same way during the COVID scam, exactly the same way, is that if you need to be woken up at this point, I don't have time. I don't care. Call me a tinfoil hatter or whatever you want to call me. I don't care. Spending time arguing with somebody about BS doesn't move the needle. And that's what the New World Order, that's what their propaganda wing wants you doing. The new propaganda is online. It used to be television, right? I grew up before the internet, or the internet didn't come around until I was 18 years old. So I lived most of my childhood without the internet, but we had television, and that was the propaganda tool of the day. Now it's the internet, and it's far more effective. It's customizable. The metadata is unbelievable. The sort of feedback loop is insane. The feedback response loop is insane. It's instantaneous. And so the propaganda machine has leveraged that, and it works. And the way they get you through the internet propaganda matrix is just getting you to waste your time doing nothing. That's what they do. Similar to, you watch libs of TikTok or something, and you see all that madness, is people with the woke stuff. So I'll make an analogy again. I told you the why would be somewhat macro here. Is that, and I've said this in some previous videos, but it's worth repeating because it does reinforce why I care to engage in people who don't get it. It's like, life's too short. I'm moving on. I got a homestead to build and a family to have. Is that the whole idea of pride, of, the gay pride thing. And, my brother-in-law and my brother are gay. Like, gay is not I don't care. It's not something that we need to talk to our kids about at this age. And there's no need to even address it. It doesn't even come up in our family at all. But whatever, it is what it is. But the whole idea of pride is an exercise of nihilism by design, in my opinion. Can I prove that through the people who came up with it all? No. So take it for what it's worth. But it's the feeling that I get from it is that it is an exercise in futility and nihilism. Well, it's an exercise in futility that ends you up at nihilism. Just like how climate change, if you get caught up in the climate cult, you end up at nihilism. How many liberals do you know who think that humans are a virus on the planet, and literally, and they're like 45 years old, and they're living in a one-bedroom apartment and don't have kids or a spouse, and their life sucks? I mean, that's like everybody well, not everybody, but a lot of people that I knew in the city, in Montreal, and that's where they are now, and they're miserable. But they're bought into this death cult, this idea of nothingness, and they're basically worshiping nothing. So wokeness gets you there. All of that stuff gets, especially the alphabet Nazi stuff, because you want to celebrate your sexual orientation. What did you do to achieve that? Nothing. You just showed up. It's nothing. And so you want society to celebrate your unachievement of nothing for a month. You want society to celebrate that you cut your genitals off and mutilated yourself. That's nothing. In fact, that's more than nothing. That's insane. And so that gets you to nihilism, because at the end of the day, you're celebrating something that is insignificant. You didn't build a house. You didn't have a family. You didn't restore a natural wildlife. You produced nothing. You didn't start a company. You didn't employ some people. You did nothing. So our culture now, and this is again going back to the cultural collapse we're in, our culture is now celebrating for a month nothing. Whereas other parts of the world, even in Russia, they're building churches. And you've seen some of these Orthodox churches they're building in Russia are unbelievable. Unbelievable architecture that I didn't know still existed. I thought that was wiped out with the last Great Reset. But there's a dichotomy there. I mean, look at the greatness of society in the past. I mean, to think that Western civilization is at its pinnacle right now is an absolute joke. It's a joke. I think we've been degenerated for a very long time. Look at the food. Look at the implementation of the Green Revolution in agriculture, tied in with big pharma and big finance, and what that's done for man. It's done us no favors, right? But needless to say, they want you worshiping nothing. And it's the same thing if you're like an online troll, or you're just one of these people that's just on. And I see it because I'm on Twitter now, and so I see it a little bit more. I get exposed to it a little bit more than I did on just reading my YouTube comments, because Twitter, you can go further with, I guess, trolling in Twitter than YouTube. I guess more people would see it technically, so maybe that's where they think there's value in it. But you see it where people just spend so much time doing nothing, just arguing with somebody online. What did you do today? Like, how did you spend your time? God put you here for a purpose, and you're spending time going to some bot. One thing I've observed on Twitter, which is crazy, it's so easy to see. I can't believe, I thought Twitter got cleaned up when, well, that might be naive to say cleaned up when Elon Musk took over, but I thought they got rid of a bunch of bot accounts. I see bot accounts nonstop, and you can tell because and I'm not saying that this is everybody who has an anonymous name is a bot. That's not what I'm saying. But what you'll notice is the account of some like random picture, one picture, some weird name that's not a name, that's like a sentence or something. They follow, the account was set up yesterday. They follow 300 people and they have 5 followers. And they go and they're often, they look, it almost, I wouldn't be surprised if companies were hiring out or employing bots in their comment sections, because I see this all the time when you go into, I read all the mainstream media news, and CBC, and there's one out of Kelowna that I've read for years called Castanet. It's really cheesy. And they took the Liberal money when the Liberal government gave a bunch of media companies, there's like $100 million to daily out, and you all get a slice. And Trudeau basically just bought off the media, like literally bought off the media. And Castanet just turned into a complete leftist mouthpiece for the Trudeau regime, basically. Anyways, you read their comments on anything they post that's controversial, and it's like unequivocally people calling out bullshit. And those are all real accounts. Just call, at least that they look to me, their names, they look more personal. They're just calling out bullshit, climate change, BS, fear mongering, whatever. But then you'll comment on there. I've experienced this a number of times. And somebody will just immediately start attacking you. And they'll just go, this is straw man. They don't have any argument. They just attack you. And they'll go all day. And sometimes I'd comment and then I go work all day. And then I come back to Twitter at 8 p.m. after my family had gone to bed, and I comment or look at it. And this guy's been with all day. If you think about ChatGPT and what ChatGPT is capable of, if you've ever looked into it, if you haven't looked into it, you should, because this is changing society right now. You know, when is the shit hitting the fan? Now. And I don't say that to stoke fear. It's just the shit's hitting the fan. It has for a long time, and it will consistently. But these accounts, they'll just, so anyways, ChatGPT, you can ask it to write anything and it'll just write it in seconds. It's insane. Write me a novel about a space alien named Buck and some earthling human woman and they have a relationship, blah, make up a stupid synopsis and it'll write a book and you can tell it how many chapters and it'll just immediately write it. This is AI technology, this language learning stuff. I have a number of friends who run companies of language learning and it's insane. But if you can imagine that can do that, call it 100 million times a second, why couldn't it just be in the chat rooms of everything now? And so it's going to get to a point, again, going back to conditions not improving, be the same thing with social media. And this is where I think Elon Musk might save the day, perhaps in a Pied Piper type way, but is that you won't know who you're talking to online. And AI is getting so good with even making video look this real, that this could be an AI. And it could pull it off now. It's almost that good. Maybe not with all the nuances. It can make Klaus Schwab sing a song and it looks pretty convincing, but not totally. But you can see that it's getting there very quickly, that it's going to get to a point where you're not going to know who you're talking to online. It's going to have to be some verification process. And that's the offer, right? This is all Cloward and Piven. They created these conditions to offer you the solution. And that's where this digital ID thing is going to come in. But because you can actually see the demand and need for that is actually going to be legit. So a lot of people are going to go, yeah, okay, I'll sign on to the digital ID. But anyways, going back to what I was talking about, how the internet and these things can just suck your time, is that, again, they want you worshiping nothing. They want you producing nothing. And really, they want you paying for your own demise. And that's what I've called that the Rockefeller payment program for many years. I think I coined that phrase. I've never heard anybody say it, so it's mine. But the Rockefeller payment program is that from birth, you work your entire life to pay for your own demise. In the sense that from the day that baby comes out of the womb, for most women in a hospital, surrounded by doctors, they get a needle in that baby right away. And then days after that, there's some more shots. Then there's some more shots. Get the product in the child, right? Because the pharma system is just a big racket. I mean, is that a controversial thing to say? I don't think so. I think you could spend many weeks on that rabbit hole. Just like the financial system's a racket, it's all a racket. But they're all tied together because they get you on this program where you're everything you're eating is making you sick. Everything that you're surrounded with is toxic. The general social experience is becoming more toxic as well. The cultural experience is becoming toxic. So society is full of these toxic things that want to get you to just pay for your own destruction for your entire life. And that's what they do. They eject you from birth. And then even at death, just like they did to my dad, they want to take that death from you. They want to take your they want everything from you from birth. And it's sick. And in my opinion, that's the proverbial black pill. And so the black pill is, okay, that's it. Don't need to go down much more of that because it gets dark. But again, conditions aren't improving and they want you to waste your time. So what's the solution? So that's the why. We're done with the why. Now I guess it's more of the what. Is that if you can, for this period of time that we're in, and I think this is going to last a long time. I actually am quite confident that my children will be adults or 16 to 18 years old, 16 and 18 years old, and we'll still be watching this stuff go down. I think this is actually going to go on for a long haul. But it's going to quicken because look at the mass migration, right? Look at that stuff. That's the stuff that's really going to quicken things. That's why this whole Israel-Palestine sleeper cell was flipped on, you could see, boom, a lot of civil unrest really quickly, right? So anyways, this stuff is going to go along for a long time, but getting out of it is probably 90%, in my opinion, is 90% of the problem. Yeah, we're all going to have to take a stand against the state at some point, probably when the jackboots are coming. If that happens, who knows? I don't know. I don't think it will actually, but you can go down any variety of truth or prepper rabbit holes and scenarios you want to think, and sometimes it's kind of a fun game to sit around with your old truther buddies and smoke a joint and just think about how ridiculous things can get. And it can actually be kind of funny, and it can actually be kind of an amusing experience. And that's how I try to make it. I try to make it funny. But anyways, just getting out of it is a huge amount of remedy. Even if you're in the state that you don't necessarily want to be in, but you have to stay in that state or that province, but maybe you don't have to live in the city. And you can still kind of maintain some kind of you can make a living in one way or another. I like kombucha. And so, yeah, the what? Food, water, energy, shelter. Those are the main four things you need to live. And they will all be of varying of importance depending on the specifics of the context of the place that you're in, right? Like shelter in warmer climates, you need shelter, but it doesn't have to be the same level of shelter as you do in cold climates like I do. You don't need to have the same amount of infrastructure. And food varies too, right? There's some parts of the world where you can just catch fish very easily. I was on the island of Molokai in Hawaii one year, years ago. A friend of mine lived there, went to go visit him. And we went down to this little private beach that only the local native Hawaiians went to. Molokai is very native Hawaiian. There's no real tourism there. I was staying at a friend's place that was an off-grid homestead. Beautiful place, kind of a savanna climate on one end of the island. On the other end, it's tropical. We went to this, you can just drive across the island in 15 minutes. We went to this beach and I watched this native Hawaiian guy. I'm talking men like this don't really, there's very few men like this anymore. This guy was like machismo, like he wasn't, this guy was in shape. Okay. He went out with a spear. He showed up and he had his wife and he had a bunch of kids. They are all hanging out on the beach. He goes in the water for 20 minutes and he came back with buckets of fish. I seriously, I couldn't believe it. And on that island, there's papaya and there's just mango trees. Like it's abundant, right? Not all places are like that. But anyways, those things are going to vary different degrees on the specifics of your context, but food, water, energy, shelter, you need those things. And so when I got to my property, I had to focus on some things first because of the specifics of the place. And that's going to be the same for you and whatever it is. And these are things that I was just, before we started the stream, I was not finishing. I've still got a number of to do, 8 more to do, of my Homestead Accelerator reviews. And I look at land all the time. And now on a way larger scale than I ever did before, which is kind of cool. Because I used to just do one-on-one consulting, but now I get to do this macro consulting where I get to see a lot in short periods of time. And it's really, really, I learn a lot, especially about the economy and what's going on. But, those things are going to vary for you. When I got to my place, I had to first set up energy because I wanted to grow food, but I can't grow food without water. And so I can't get water without the power to pump it. So I had to get power first. And so that kind of directed my first initial moves when I got here. And so the first thing I did when I got here was set up my power system. And we had to build the garage and this greenhouse as well. We actually built the garage first to get the power in there first, and then we did the greenhouse after, so that I could pump water. And then we drilled the well and we got water. And then we pumped water, and then that allowed me to start irrigating and growing crops. And so food, water, energy, shelter, these things are super, super important if you want to live. And There's so many different ways to go about that. I just wanted to check something before I get too side railed here. Some of the things that I wrote notes here. Yeah. Okay. Just noting, folks, I'm keeping track of any super chats that come in. I'm just going to take a snapshot of them and we'll kind of do them later. And then if you're a member of From the Field, just remember that you don't have to super chat me. You can just go here and put the question there. There's the number of them accumulated in there now. I think there's 15 in there right now. Let's see. Yeah, there's 15 in there right now. So if you wanted to put that in there, if you're a member. Tropic Tundra says he's listening from Molokai. What side of the island are you on? That's rad. That's a cool place, man. When I went to Molokai, there's and our buddy Tropic Tundra might be able to weigh in on this, but I went there, it was a while ago. It was maybe more than 10 years ago. Or maybe it was 10 years ago. Anyways, there's this resort on this island. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do something really geeky. I'm just going to kind of sidebar for a second. And I'm going to go on Google Earth here. And we're going to look it up. There's this whole side of the island that was so cool. And this will tie into the what of what we're talking about with off-grid. I promise. There's this whole side of the island. Yeah. That had this resort on it. And this is the really neat climate. This is a microclimate, okay, in the tropics. And it's really neat too. Actually, if we go on the Copenhagen, I'll probably show you too. This is savanna, and then this is tropical here. Well, they're both tropical climates, but they're different. They're different types. Oh, it doesn't have it on here. That's weird. Anyways, with climate classification, in the tropics, there's just varying degrees of precipitation because it's all hot, right? So in the Copenhagen, this is a climate classification system we use to evaluate land and evaluate climates ultimately. But there's 5 ways of classifying climates. There's equatorial, which are tropical. There's arid, which is deserts. There's warm temperate. Those are, North Carolina, Kentucky, Florida, all these are all temperate climates. Boreal, which is the high elevation softwood areas of much of North America. Basically, high elevation with softwood. And then polar, which is everybody knows that. But the first letter represents the type of climate. So a D is the boreals, a C is the temperates, and A, so on and so forth. The second letter represents the precipitation, and the third letter represents the heat, so or lack thereof. And so since there's varying different degrees of precipitation in the boreal and temperate climates, but there's no varying degrees of precipitation. Is it precipitation? Is that what I'm thinking? Yes. No. Precipitation and then heat. So there's only, varying differences of precipitation in the tropics. It's all hot, but in the tropics, it's either hot and dry or hot and wet. And in Molokai Island, that was a bit of a sidebar, but Molokai Island is really cool because this side is savanna. So this is like what I imagine a lot of the southern parts of Africa would look like, or parts of the Badlands of Australia, savanna climate, dry, hot. You imagine lions and tigers and things like that. And then here is tropical. So you can see it's green, there's jungles, there's lots of water, right? This island is so cool. My buddy, he lives somewhere down here because we were able to walk. We walked down to this beach, and there's this old resort. I think it's this. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh my God. Yeah, this is it. So you go in here, it's like a post-apocalyptic. It's crazy. I did this trip a long time ago. I wasn't even making YouTube videos at that point. So it was 10 years ago or so. But I took a lot of photos and stuff. I should dig those up sometime. But you walk around here and it looks like Mad Max world. Everything's kind of just deserted and it's kind of weird. There's shipping containers full of stuff. And I remember at this time, I was just thinking to myself, man, in a climate like this, you could literally, with a buck knife, a spear, a flint and steel, could just live. You could survive because there's fish everywhere. This beach is unreal. We hung out at this beach for a bit. There was another resort that was sort of active around here. And you could just survive because shelter or climate isn't so much of an issue as it is in the boreal climates, in the cold climates like I'm in. Shelter is extremely important. And when you have a winter, it's really, really important to stay warm. Otherwise you die very easily. You die from exposure in hours. You know, in the tropical climates, you can walk around naked and that's your life. How amazing is that? So, you know, going back to the what is that the food, water, energy, and shelter, all those things are going to vary in importance for you. What's tropic on the east? Oh, you're living on the east side. Okay, that's the tropical side. That's the nice side. There's a nice little restaurant by one of the beaches I went down to there that I really liked. Growing cacao, durian, avoiding keeping bees, or durian, or avoiding keeping bees as well. Maybe you meant to spell avocado or something. Right on. People talking about Ice Age farmer. I have no idea what's going on with Christian. No idea. Reached out to him a long time ago. Guy just ghosted. I think he got, I heard Doug from Doug and Stacy say this. He told me this once. He's like, I think that guy got woke with his pants down. Not woke as in woke, but he kind of got woken up to the shit going down and realized he needed to get his things in order. I think that's legitimately what happened to him, but I'm totally guessing. But I think that's what, because he was getting into some deep stuff. He was exposing some deep stuff. I really enjoyed his content. My wife and I watched it all the time. And he was interviewing Rosa. He was bringing up good stuff. He was bringing up Patrick Wood and Rosa Corey and that stuff. So yeah, we all miss him. But I think he's probably doing better. He's probably doing better off. So anyways, on the what, basically, bringing it back to where we're at now is, you know, this is my third year of construction. And at this point, I'll give you kind of an inventory. Actually, maybe I can use an image, kind of give you an inventory of where we are on the homestead, because, you know, in 3 years, I've been able to do quite a bit of stuff, which I'm pretty proud of. Yeah, here we go. I'll show you kind of an inventory. I'll give you a tour, you know, when we're talking about the what have we got here? So food, water, energy, shelter. This is it's a drone shot. I just did the other. This is actually this image I did. This one's a couple weeks old, actually. Lots. I've done more along here, and so, anyways. But what you know, when we first bought this place, the only thing that was here was this cabin, and this thing down here it's a little I call it the watershed. It's a little shed that has a concrete cistern in it, and they pump the groundwater as it comes down and melts in here. They pumped it and stored it in here, and we're able to get through a winter basically with it. It's not enough for us, but that's what was here. Was this little thing, this cabin, 3 little solar panels here, and these crappy wind turbines that I wish I could use, but they just suck. They don't really, they don't work 90% of the time because it's not windy 90% of the time here. So, which is a good thing. I don't like wind, but so in year one, so we bought this place in September 2020. We didn't move on here full time till a year later, but so that winter we didn't do much. We kind of just came here and used this as an Airbnb and kind of enjoyed the natural beauty of everything. And people actually asked me, did I log all this? No, I did not log all this. This was logged 50 years ago. This was a clear cut at one point. This area here is about 8 acres, and this was clear cutted about 50 years ago, 50. I have taken some trees down, but insignificant to what's been taken down. So I built the solar panels in the first year. The first year I actually had this panel here, which was retarded. Don't even care to get into why, but it was. I was incorrect in I did some measurements for light, and I made a mistake. And so anyways, we changed that up, and it worked out okay because that's not now my fire shack where our boiler is. But in the first year, I built the solar panels, and we built this building to lock up, though it wasn't really to lock up until January. And for that first couple months of winter, I was really stressing so that keep these batteries warm, and it was gnarly. But we did that in the first year. I did some terracing and whatnot. And then in year 2 of construction, actually no, in year 1 we also built. In year 2, in the spring, we built the foundation of this house, and that's it. And then I basically fired my contractor, and then took a year off construction. I built all kinds of other shit, which I'll show you, but I took a year off this. And then because we had this functioning, we were living in the cabin, we were comfortable. I wanted to find a new builder, and I did. And I got a great one now, a whole great crew and everything. But that's what we did. And then so in year 2, I just focused on the gardens. So I built this greenhouse, I built this greenhouse, I built this fire shack, got the boiler there, and built some more chicken infrastructure that's movable, but basically just focused on the gardens mostly, the homestead. And that was year 2, and that year was really cool because it was mostly just me. I had a guy helping me for a little while, but he was a bit accident prone, so he didn't last very long. And good guy though, meant well. And I actually had some great guys in the first year too. Some really, really good guys in the first year that were kind of helping me on the land and a bit of the construction, but mostly on the land. And then in year 3 this year, probably the most has happened. Actually, no, not necessarily. Most happened on the construction, of course, but on the land, quite a bit's happened this year. So yeah, we have basically 4 full-time guys. No, not full-time. 4 guys working Monday to Thursday on the construction. And that'll continue through the winter, though it'll just be 2 guys. And then sub trades, various things, tiles and things like drywall, stuff like that. But then this year I built the food forest, which took me a month and a half. I had some help from a buddy. It was really helpful because the work of the landscaping with the rakes and shovels was immense on this. But we built that. It's all structured. It's ready to plant. Basically, I just grew a bunch of weed there this year, which is all cropped out. And then I did. What else did I do? I've been so involved in the construction this year too. That was the thing that I didn't really. I thought I wouldn't be, but I've been so involved in it. So I've been every day doing stuff with construction, mostly machine work, moving things around. I landscaped a shitload. I've improved my driveway like crazy. I'm probably all in at this point, $80,000 on my driveway. So my driveway is quite windy, you can see. So this goes around here, wraps down, goes down a bit, comes up, goes around here. This is my most dangerous switchback, my weakest link, I could say, but it's functioning now. Goes down, wraps around, goes down again. I've put an insane amount of work on the driveway, but it's worth it to me because look at the privacy we have and look at the view we have. Like we look out into this valley. and I can only see one of my neighbor's place, and it's not even the part of his property that he lives in. Our view is unbelievable. What we see, this is we start to get these, what do you call it? Get these low precipitations that come in, these low clouds that come in the morning. It's absolutely incredible. But yeah, we have an insane amount of privacy. And so it's worth it as far as the driveway is concerned, if you're asking. And then the other major accomplishment we made this year was these ponds. So we dug this pond, which I used because I did all the backfill for the house. It was an insane amount of work. We used all of that material in the backfill. Actually, one thing I'll tell you about this pond here was an unbelievable resource. This pond, I got all the topsoil. This is the next terrace I'm building. I'll do it in the spring, but all of that topsoil, all the topsoil for this, all the topsoil for this, in the garden here, in the greenhouse here, all in this greenhouse back here, all that topsoil came from that pond. And because there was many feet of it, and it was really good topsoil as far as mountain topsoil is concerned, or forest topsoil, which isn't saying much. It's not good, but it's good. It's better than nothing, I should say. And then all that subsoil was used for structuring these terraces and then backfilling the house. Massive cavity here, huge cavity. It took probably 30 dump truck loads. I'm not kidding, to fill that. And then we dug this pond here, which was already there, but we made it better. And so that's kind of where we're at. So as far as food, water, energy, shelter, so food, we've got the gardens. So the annual production's dialed in. It's as good as it's going to get for me doing this for many years. The perennial production is coming up. I've got a number of trees. I actually I've got in the ground right now, I've got sea buckthorns, goji berries, raspberries, cherries, peaches, which work up here. A couple apples, not a ton. They're all up here in this area. But this spring, I'm doing a big plant. This is going to be hundreds of trees down here in tight spacing. It's a food forest design plan I'm using borrowing from Dakota Cohen. It's brilliant. I can't wait to actually do it. But it's all support species. There's a tree every foot in a 30-inch bed, and about 3/4 of those support species until about 5 years, and then from 5 to 10 years, it's just the fruiting canes and trees. But so that's going to be pretty sweet. So that's where and then we have chickens. So we have layers. We have 20 layers right now. Probably like to get rid of a few more before winter. And we did our first batch of 30 meat birds that we just butchered a couple weeks ago, or a few weeks ago now. And those are all in the freezer. And we did some turkeys. And I'd like to put some fish in one of these ponds. We'll see what that looks like, how doable that is. And we have tons of food storage. And the root cellar, I haven't done a video about it yet, but the root cellar I built on the house, it's actually between the greenhouse and the house, is insane. It's got a root cellar in a root cellar. It's got a sub cellar in the main root cellar. I'm going to show you guys that. And then of course, the greenhouses. So the greenhouse I'm in right now, I can grow stuff in here year round, but lack of daylight for us is a big consideration. But it's amazing. I mean, this greenhouse is comfortable all year. I can grow pretty much anything I want in here. So that's an expensive asset as far as greenhouses are concerned. This one here, the hothouse, I can almost do everything that I can in here. Maybe not as good for lifestyle as this one. I can hang out in here. It's nice. It's like a house. But for functionality, this greenhouse is superior if you factor everything in, like its cost. Like this probably cost 80 to 100,000 to build that, and then this more. This is almost a house. This thing here, I think, is probably 300,000 maybe to build all that. No, maybe 250. Anyways, this is 10, and this is a concrete foundation that's insulated. This has a climate battery in it, just like this, just not as deep. But this one actually has hydronics in the subfloor as well. So the boiler will actually heat the floor of this, which will be kind of neat. And then this is just a standard cold frame high tunnel. But these 3 greenhouses are very important, especially for our climate. I can grow a lot of food, which is good. That's my strong point. I hope to make up with my strong points the places that aren't my strong points, like animals. It's not my strong point, and my land doesn't suit having cows. We can do birds, fish, things like that, but not cows or pigs, really. Maybe goats or sheep. But I'm going to build another high tunnel in the spring on this terrace. This exact same tunnel. I'm going to get it from growhoops.ca, my buddy Andrew there in Lacombe, Alberta. Or no, not Lacombe. Anyways, I'm going to put another one of those there. And the idea is so that I can rotate between crops better between these 3. And then I can put my chickens in this one very easily. I've got a little mobile greenhouse that I'm going to build this year on this terrace. Last year I put it here, but I'm going to put it here, this terrace, on this winter. But I'd like to not have to do that each winter because it takes me a day. It's a day, not the end of the world, but I'd rather not have that day. Especially building stuff in the cold is nice. So anyways, I'd like to just move my winter birds into a greenhouse like this. I can't move it into this one this year because I got this little tree nursery here right now with about 140 nut trees, various varieties, that are going to, some of them are going to go in the food forest, but some of them are just going to get planted around my property. So yeah, that's another part of our food production is we do layers all winter in a greenhouse, and it works very well. The production is incredible. And one thing I've learned about layers is that well, it's not one thing I've learned a lot of things, but one thing that's important to point out with layers is that they need 3 types of food. They need in equal thirds, about grain, grubs, and greens. And we all buy them grains, right? This is where chickens, they're a weak point if you're just buying feed. However, feed is only a third of their diet. A chicken will lay eggs with just greens and grubs, and you can produce that stuff on your farm. Look at Carl Hammer at Vermont Compost. The chickens just eat compost, just greens and grubs, really. They don't get much grains unless it's protein that they're finding in there. And grubs can get them that worms and bugs and whatnot. So in a shit hits the fan scenario, you just reduce your flock a bit and expect less eggs, but you'll still get them. So that's important. And so that's kind of where we're at. This is my composting area down here. I haven't showed that in much videos because I haven't done with much. I've got these bioreactors there, and I kind of got lazy with it actually, because I just have so many other things going on as I'm building. It'd be nice to not be in a state of building a home here so that we can just work on the homestead alone and just get the system dialed in. I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, my composting area there, some storage. I got a bunch of these IBC totes in case fire situations, and fire is that's one thing I could address right out of the hop with our with this video here. Actually, is I'll zoom back a little bit here. A lot of people ask me about, what's your plan for fire? Well, I got a number of plans. Some of those I can't give away because they'll give away my location too much. But I will say that there are some macro geographical features in my area that are very beneficial to fire. And so that's what I'll say to that. And they were an important part of when I looked at this, because in the boreal climates, which is what we're in, wildfire is the real deal. And what you're looking at as far as trees down here is most of those yellows are larch. Those are your only softwood deciduous tree. The hardest of the softwood trees is a larch, and it's also deciduous, and they're beautiful. Those are larch. There's some other stuff that quaking aspen is a common one in our area. Some of these in here, but most of this is Douglas fir. There is some pine and there's some cedar in my wet areas near my ponds and stuff. But so we're in fire country, and So what's my plan with fire? It's kind of been spread out, and it's still a plan. The first thing I did when I moved this property, knowing that fire was a risk, is I went out and bought a bunch of these IBC totes and got some pumps. I've got three pumps, mobile pumps. I got one big Honda that can push a two-inch hose, just give her fire hose. Got a fire hose thing for that. I can move that pump. It's a gas powered pump. Take it anywhere. You can plug it into an IBC tote and just throttle it. And I've also got these smaller ones that they're little handhelds. They're really cool. These mini Hondas. And so that was the first thing I did in the first year, because I didn't have any other infrastructure. I didn't have my well functioning that year too. I was actually taking these IBC totes and I put them around the property. I drove them down one at a time on my skid steer down to the bottom of my driveway and pumped them from my neighbor's well. He let me do that. And I had them kind of decentralized around the property. And I got some couplings for those, and I could just couple on a fire hose basically. And let's see. Make sure. Sorry if I'm just checking you guys' no. Let's see the super chat so to take photos of. Those quick couplings for fire hoses. Anyways, I got fittings for those IBC totes so that I could basically have an IBC tote full of water, take one of these pumps, pull out the hose, the feeder hose, couple it onto the tote, open the throttle, and then just fire hose. So I have that infrastructure with three different pumps. And so I have that. And then what I've been doing in since then, because that was my kind of first Band-Aid fix. Okay, if I have to fight a fire, I can at least fight a fire. My neighbors are also as handy as I am, if not more, as far as fire structure. My one neighbor in this area, he's been here for 30 years. He's put out more fires in this area than the fire department. And he's faster to them than the fire department because he's up here. And he's a super resourceful guy. And he's that kind of guy. He's a real bushman, real good guy, helps everybody. Everybody loves him, a model of a man. And so he's got that set up too, which is a benefit to all of us. And I would do the same for him as I do for my community in other ways here. Like plowing the roads when the idiot contractors don't plow the roads. I just go down and plow it with my skid steer. But anyways, I've got that. And so what I've done in previous years or going forward is I've been thinning and clearing forest areas that are in our immediate area more and more and more. So I eventually would just be working my way out. We have a fence that surrounds our property. It basically goes around just like my mouse here, kind of goes through all the areas that we can't see. There's parts of it you can see over here. Can't see it from the house. It kind of goes down here. That's kind of my defense line. So, so what I have right now is I have water everywhere on this property, and I'll talk about defense more, but it's the main area we live in. So, we have a well, which pumps from this little area here. It goes from a pitless adapter, which is an underground pipe that goes right into the back of the house. And then there's pressure tanks in the house. And then those pressure tanks will pump water uphill. We have a series of cisterns further up the hill. It's about 85 feet of head above. It's about 350 linear feet away, but 85 feet ahead. That'll pump to those tanks whenever there's a call for water. So I always have line pressure, basically. I have 40 PSI at about 10 GPM through a 1.25 inch line everywhere in here. So I've got water coming from that gravity feeding, going around, going through here, across here, all through here. I can get water everywhere in our main area now. But what I'm going to do next year is make that even better by putting a 1.25 line on the fence itself, all the way around. It's going to have sprinklers every 50 feet. Well, I'll figure out what it's going to be. 50. We'll have to figure out how it goes with the pressure, but have sprinkler lines all around there so that basically just hammer the fence line with water. And then what else are we doing in there? Yeah, and just a lot of forestry work, just bush work, thinning and thinning and thinning, getting all the deadfall off, clearing that stuff out, making the forest floor less dry, basically, and doing a lot of pruning on the lower sides of the trees where there's just dead branches because it's all in the dark. Just getting all that stuff off, clearing it out. That's kind of what we're doing. So, anyways, that a bit of a derailment on there, and I think I mostly discussed the what as far as where we're at right now. I'm gonna stop that share. I'm just gonna check your guys' chat here. Build more roofs. Yeah, absolutely. That's the plan. Yeah. So what is the plan going forward, actually? Next year is going to be a lot more landscaping. The construction, I think we'll be living in our house by the summer. And then I'll just be doing more landscaping. My driveway after this week, tomorrow, I'm putting one big more day in there. It's pretty much done. I've got all my, actually, there'll be one more culvert that's like the last weakest link we'll do in the spring. It's not a big deal to not do it before spring. It's not a problem area, but there's one more culvert we'll do. But basically, I'm done my road, which has been an immense amount of work. But what I get is an incredibly private and secure driveway where I have the high ground advantage on every single switchback. And so from sort of a prepper kind of defensive standpoint, it's a really, really defensive position. And, going back to a bit in the why and how things are going is that I said this earlier, is that the government is the least of my worries. They're not a concern for me. I've been able to figure out how to navigate the system to have maximum freedom in Canada. And so the government doesn't concern me at all. What does concern me are starving masses. Mostly that. I don't live in a part of North America where I'd be more concerned about migrants, like in the US, how crazy that's getting in Texas. That's not a concern for us up here. It's cold here. Mexican migrants don't like cold Canada, especially in the winter. And not that I have any problem with Mexicans whatsoever. I love Mexico. But poor, desperate people who are being throttled by the powers that be to be displaced and to cause disruption. And that's what all this crap is right now. That's what it all is. Whether these people, there's nothing wrong with these people. There's not, like, I don't blame anybody. It's not all these migrants that have been getting pushed around. I don't have any problems with those individual people, but they are, being played. They're pawns on a chessboard that are being moved around as we go through this whole thing. So again, if you can be on the land, food, water, energy, shelter, you can stack. And so kind of, I want to just kind of the who, what, maybe before where. Yeah. So I think that was the what of what I wanted to talk about. The where. And so I kind of already covered that a little bit, but the where is important. And actually this is a situation that I think pulling up Google Earth again will actually be helpful, because the where is important and there's a reason for the where. Let's just zoom out. Have another sip of my kombucha. How you guys doing? You guys like the stream? Are we getting into enough gravy? Give me a thumbs up if you guys are digging it. All the flat earthers will be triggered. Where do we want to look? Here, Omaha, Nebraska. The where. Where do you want to be when the shit goes down? You don't want to be here. Okay. And you don't want to be in here either. And there's a variety of reasons why. So what I like to imagine when I think about, so when I'm looking at properties, there is actually, before I, because I'm gonna talk before I get into this. There's a link in the show notes, you guys. I'll just say this. I'll say it again a couple times because it's worth your while. There's a link in the show notes to the Freedom Farmers Pro offer that we offered last month, which was one yearly payment to get access to everything we produce, all 20 courses, my Homestead Accelerator program, all of that stuff. The Homestead Accelerator program on its own, we charge hundreds of dollars a month for because it's insanely valuable. But we're offering Freedom Farmers Pro now as a monthly subscription. So instead of paying, I think it was $400 a year or something like that, you pay 40 something. So there's a link to that in the show notes of this video. If you want to check that offer goes to the end of the month, I think. It'll say it right in there. I pasted it in there before we started, but check that out. Because if you're into what I talk about with land, there's so much value in our accelerator. It's absolutely gangbusters insane. I'm so proud of my team for building the mapping software we have now, because that takes it to a whole new level. Because now you go into a mapping software and every single listing that's in there is approved by me. It's A or a B, a good B property. Every single one of them is approved by us. There's 2 water sources. There's a capacity for food, water, energy, shelter. It's all there. It's insane. So anyways, if you're interested in that, people ask me all the time. It's become something, one of our products that people are most interested in, and I can see why. And that's why I built it, because I knew that there was a demand for it. But anyways, when I imagine going back to, we're here in Omaha, Nebraska. Is this Nebraska? Yeah, it's Nebraska. Omaha's Nebraska. Yeah. Omaha, Nebraska. I don't know anything about the city. I know the state, I know the climate, I know the region, I know the farms, but I don't know anything about the city. But when I imagine the shit hitting the fan, what I do is I think about, it's like water under pressure. What happens when you have a balloon? It's got water in it, and you squeeze it and you poke a hole, right? That hole starts squirting out this way. You poke another hole, it starts squirting out this way. Water under pressure pushes through areas where there's an opening, an opportunity. Cities function the same way. So when a city's under pressure, where's my roads here? How do people move around in cities? Roads. Okay. So when a city's under pressure, and this is, you see this in rush hour every day in every city in the world that's at least 100,000 people or bigger. You see rush hour traffic. Rush hour traffic is people under pressure, in the sense that a lot of people are getting out to the main veins and there's pressure there, so it slows down, right? And so when you imagine the proverbial shit hitting the fan in a city, I imagine smashing a balloon or like a hornet's nest under pressure, and that everything comes out in the areas where there's the least amount of resistance, because water always follows the path of least resistance. That's a universal truth in nature. And so human beings are the same way. And the analogies to water and humans is pretty neat. And it kind of makes me wonder the whole holy sea and the territorial waters thing. That's a whole other rabbit hole, but it's interesting nonetheless. The correlations of water to people, water to law, water to truisms in nature. It's really trippy. But anyways, people push out of these main veins. And so what that means is that if you're close to this area, where does the shit go down the worst? In the city, of course, right? Where does it go down the second worst is off the highways coming out of the cities. So in a collapse type scenario, grocery stores not having food for 3 days, utility grids down, natural disaster, Antifa smashing the grid, whatever it is, right? If people need to get out, you don't want to be anywhere near here. You don't want to be anywhere near this. And the problem with peri-urban land like this is that it's also easy access. You just spill off the highway and boom, you're down the country road. Hey, I'm starving to death. My kids haven't eaten in 17 days, like Corb Lund says. Hey, there's a farm here. There's a farm here. There's a farm here. There's a farm here. Forget about it. You don't want to be there. Where you want to be, let's just pick somewhere close. So let's imagine you're in Des Moines or you're in Omaha or whatever. Let's just find some rural areas. So where are rural areas? Rural areas are green areas, mostly. And so you want to get into the sticks. You want to get into here. Why? Because there's less frontage. There's less visibility. You're not on a path, a frequent path. You know, you live your life experience from a person who lives on some back country road right here to somebody who lives on this country road here are totally different. And this looks like oil and gas development, actually. No, it's not. Never mind. So in the country, it's just a different experience. But the problem with the country, the challenge with the country is that there's less stuff. So there's more, and there's not a lot of country in Nebraska or Iowa. There's not a lot of country because it's so flat. So generally speaking, we don't really look at a lot of properties in those states. Not a lot of people are asking for properties in those states, but just look at them. Iowa is pretty much all peri-urban land. Look at that. You could grid all of that stuff out. Same with Nebraska, except for when you get over to Western Nebraska, but then you just get into the suck area of this BSK climate that's mostly inhospitable. It's yeah, sure, people live there, but it's hard to thrive without resources that you can't control in these climates. It's why we don't actually look at a lot of stuff here. There's not a lot of demand for it. Well, there is locally, and people want to live these places, but in the homestead category, it's just harder to homestead in these climates. Can be done, don't get me wrong, but it's way easier where things are green. So, you know, you come into Missouri here, totally different game on the state of Missouri. You got the whole upper part, which is still this part of the same general area of Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, you name it. But then you come down into the southeastern part of Missouri. Now you're getting into some country. Now you're getting into some rural areas. These Ozark areas are just unbelievably beautiful. But this is country. This is rural. This is what I'm talking about. This is private. This is hidden. This is safe. There's less people here. There's less crime. There's no crimes of opportunity. Most crimes are crimes of opportunity. Ask any police officer, they'll tell you the same thing. Most crimes that happen are just crimes of opportunity. When it comes to theft, you know, violent crime, probably something that's different. But when it comes to theft and stuff like that, it's just crimes of opportunity. And so if you're less seen, the chances, I mean, just say for every person you meet, there's a 1 in 100 chance that they're going to victimize you from a crime, just arbitrarily. Bear with me. If you see 100 people a day or 100 people a day pass your property, you're going to re-roll the dice. So you got a 1%, you got a 1% dice roll every time. I used to play Dungeons and Dragons. There's a 100-sided die, or there's a 2 10-sided die. Roll the dice. So if you get 100 people visiting a day, seeing you a day, you got to roll those dice 100 times. If one person sees your house a day, you got to roll those dice once. So the odds of experiencing crime or vandalism, theft, whatever, are significantly less. It's the same thing with the interaction with the state. The state is a corporation. Okay, this is just a bona fide fact, and it's not as much of a truth or rabbit hole as it really needs to be. States are corporations. That's publicly known. Look in their records. You know, cities used to say the corporation. The city of Kelowna used to say right on the city hall, the corporation of Kelowna. That's why you have unincorporated areas or incorporated areas. Governments, local, provincial, state, federal, are corporations. It's a bona fide fact. It doesn't matter. But they function like businesses because they are businesses. They're corporations. And the basic economics that that determine the way those corporations operate aren't all that different from the way McDonald's operates, though there are some differences, right? Governments can print money and then they can allocate that money, but it's still all done through debt. You know, cities' budgets come from debt, or sorry, the government, the state, the federal government, all their budgets come from debt, and then the taxes service the debt with the interest. And so the economic conditions are still the same in the sense that if you're near, let's just zoom out here. Okay, let's say it's Springfield. You know, let's say for this region, and I don't know if this is the case, but just to bear with me to make the point. Springfield has a government in its city that manages this sort of area. This, maybe they call it the metropolitan area. And then there's a greater metropolitan area that's sometimes delegated to by other bureaucratic offices. But those places have offices in the towns. Bureaucrats are lazy. Buddy bureaucrat working at the land use planning office in Stafford, he's going to frequent the areas that are easily traveled to because humans move like water. We follow the path of least resistance. We're less likely to go to areas that there's more resistance. It's just a truism in nature. So Buddy here at the bureaucrat office is far less likely to go and driving around here because there's less people, there's less commercial opportunities, because every time a government officer shows up, it's an offer to contract. It's a business agreement. And so they get more business down here. It's like how cops set up their speed traps on the busiest area of the road because it's turn and burn. It's money, right? They're not doing it on some back rural farm road or country road where there's one car every 20 minutes. They want to just crank you. They want to turn and burn you, right? It's all money. It's all business. It's all water. And so they don't want to go there. And so simply in that alone removes so many complications from your life, but it does bring a new set of circumstances and responsibilities that have to be addressed, right? So if it's food, water, energy, shelter, there's a whole collection of responsibilities with those things. And so that's the kind of, that's what you have. And we, you know, I did the what when we talked about my homestead, but now you have to take responsibility for more stuff. So if you're living rural and you're in a cold climate, you have to manage your driveway in the winter, or you can pay somebody to do it. But if you're really, really rural, it's sometimes it's easier or harder depending on where you are. But oh, there's another. Hey, thanks, see me rolling. No question there. I'm taking photos of you guys' super chats to stack them at the end. I got a couple so far. So you have all these other things you now have to take responsibility for. You know, you might have to chop firewood. You might have to manage your forest. You know, living on land takes your time and takes your work. But here's why it's so important for me is that this matrix that we're in, this and the matrix, in my opinion, is the Anglo-American establishment legal system, which uses money as the legal framework. That's the matrix as we know it. That's what I call the matrix. You listen to a guy like David Icke, he thinks it's actually a simulation. I don't believe that personally. I think the matrix is the Anglo establishment, Zionist establishment is part of it too. But it's that legal framework that all ties into commerce, the Uniform Commercial Code. That's what I call the matrix. And when you want to get out of the matrix, you have to get out of money. And so in order to get out of money, you need, in my opinion, well, you don't need, but the way as it pertains to being off grid and all that is to get on land, because now I get into other forms of capital in the sense that I can take financial capital and I can buy that land. Now I have a place. Now in that place, I can develop water systems. That's a natural resource that I can develop, like I did with my ponds. I can plant 400 trees in the ground. And in 2 years, I'll be seeing a harvest from some of those fruiting canes. In 3 years, I'll be seeing a harvest from some of those fruiting trees. 4, 5, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, I'll be seeing a harvest from some of the nut trees and things like that. Now I can get into these other forms of long form capital that are inflation proof, tax proof. They can't be regulated out. Like they can't just write a bill and make those things disappear. They can't see, it's like they can't seize your bank account. You know, they can seize your bank account, but they can't just easily seize your trees, you know, because one's easier to do than the other. So one's more likely to happen. And will that happen? Yes, probably. With as far as the banking system and then look what they did with the trucker thing. That's just a tip of the iceberg. So that's going to continue. But when you get on land, now you can start to transcend a lot of these things that are inhibitors into the human experience. Is that, you know, and that's what I always try to say to a lot of these truthers. I try to red pill them, and that's what I kind of enjoying on Twitter lately is you know, just commenting on some bigger folks that I follow to see if they're getting that. You know, are you guys thinking about this? A lot of these guys that, you know, are commenting on all the woke stuff, like guys like Brett Weinstein. I still kind of, I think he's an all right guy. I enjoy some of the things he says. Whether if he's sold out today or tomorrow, I don't even know. I'm not up to date, right? But I enjoy what he's saying. And you look at that guy and you go, okay, you know, you're living in Portland and you're looking at all this shit going on. Why are you living in Portland? Why are you not on land? Guys like Chris Martinson, Peak Prosperity, he seems to really get that. And I've actually followed him for probably 10 years. But he, you know, he's a bigger influencer out there who doesn't talk about homesteading, talks about economics and macro things, geopolitics, but he's off grid and he's been so for a long time. Even guys like Mike Adams, I think he's pretty hardcore off grid. He's got a farm and he's got all kinds of stuff. Doug Stacy, what's his name? Not Doug Stacy, not Doug. It's Doug Casey down. He's got a big homestead down in what's it called? Uruguay. And so there's some people that are getting it, but thanks for the super chat there. See me rolling. I'm just going to take a snapshot of that and save it. And I will answer that in a bit, but thank you for the super chat. And I'll just make sure that that's working out for me. Taking screenshots of these things. Yes, it is right on. Yeah, where was I going with all that? We were talking about the where to be and where not to be, and rural and all that. And yeah, so it has all these other responsibilities that you now have to manage. But again, this is where I was going to all this, is stacking this capital. So, you know, one of the reasons that I love homesteading so much, gardening, chopping firewood, collecting the eggs in the afternoon, taking out the compost, all this stuff, is that all that work I'm doing, that I'm putting into something that benefits me in the fairly short term, but also absolutely the medium to the long term. The more work you put into your land, the more benefit you get from it. And of course, people say, well, yeah, but then if you have a mortgage and they take your land, blah, 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 sure, whatever. That's another conversation. But for this point is that at a time when conditions are not improving for the average individual, things are getting crazier quicker. And you could largely say that the vast majority of people in the world are not prospering. You need to prosper. Why do you need to prosper? Because if you don't prosper when everybody else isn't prospering, you're going to get caught up in the wave, the tsunami of unprosperity, to make up a lame word, is that misery loves company, right? It's the law of attraction. And the law of attraction happens on both ends. And the more you prosper, the more you'll be attracted by attracted to, and people will be attracted to you that also prosper. And then there's sort of there's a sort of a stacking effect that happens. It's kind of like how guys in trades will say, you know, two guys, when you have one guy, you're working at a certain pace, but when you have two guys, you can triple your effort because you can stack and time things and whatnot. And so there's a multiplier effect. That's the word I was looking for. And so, but that happens on both sides. And so when you look at the general overall of society, and that it's not improving and it's getting worse faster, you need to get better faster in order to survive the calamity, but also to thrive and move into the long term. Because let's be honest here, folks. I mean, one thing I didn't say in the intro and the why is that it's a depopulation agenda near at the very top, near the very top. The game is to reduce the world's population by 80%, and that's all. Listen to the 17 sustainability goals and all that. That's not even controversial to say. Read any number of UN documents and look in the agendas, the 21 and 2030. Massive depopulation is part of the climate agenda. It's also now become sort of a bit of a part of the social justice agenda in a weird way. Well, in that all this culture war stuff, especially with all the alphabet crazy stuff with the surgeries and whatnot, are effectively going to significantly reduce the population, and probably not that much time. I think we're getting to a point where we're at a climate collapse, or not climate collapse, population collapse. There's so few people being born in the West, and so many in African and Muslim countries that you can see that this doesn't look good for a lot of demographics. Not that I think those people are your enemies I don't think that at all. I think most of them could be our allies under good conditions, but conditions aren't good. And so that's the problem. And that's why I think so much remedy comes from just getting out of it. And the thing on the flip side, where you can have, you know, these sort of downward spirals of, I've talked about this before, where you have this downward spirals of cascading events where things get worse and worse and worse. You have the same in the upward, in that when you create abundance and you create prosperity, and then you attract abundance and you attract prosperity, you get a multiplier effect. And that's been my experience almost my entire career. It's at least when until I really started to switch on to that mindset, law of attraction stuff, is that it's really, really important, because the morale, I mean, another thing that's happening with all this, I kind of talked about it at the beginning, is that there's just such a massive demoralization campaign to just demoralize society in every which way. It doesn't matter if you're getting just demoralized by some subgroup online, or if you're getting demoralized by the mainstream media. It doesn't matter. If it's demoralizing you, then it's working. And so you could be, you know, some normie watching CNN during COVID and just being morbidly depressed and terrified of the Rona. And you're locked in your apartment and you're on Facebook and you're like, and you're arguing with people and you're spending energy and time doing nothing. Or you could be a truther who just woke up over the last few years. It's like you literally be the same person in the physical space, but because you have this mental cultural idea of what you are, you think you're different. But you literally could have a person who's a truther, who hates the mandates and the New World Order and all that. And I'm a truther too. But this is what a lot of truthers suffer from, is that they just spend time going on the computer. And so does the CNN watching idiot who's fearing about COVID, and he's trolling you on Facebook, telling you to wear a mask and get the shot. But in the physical space, if you pull the lens back and zoom out and look at both of those individuals, they're both doing the same thing. And that's the point, right? Whether you're arguing for Trump and MAGA or the Great Awakening or whatever, or you're arguing that you need to get your 7th booster. It doesn't matter. The point is you're physically doing the same thing in physical space. Remove all the cultural context, remove all the intellectual context. That's irrelevant. Look at what's happening physically. These people are doing the same thing. And that's how you're getting screwed. And that's how they're getting you to not prosper, is because every moment you spend doing bullshit that doesn't move the needle forward for you, you're losing. And the thing that I can see now in a lot of the smaller communities is that there's going to be this massive divide between children that are there right now. When I think about the experience that my kids have, especially we have a couple friends, we were out for dinner with them tonight. Super, super awesome. They're like our best friends as far as our kids hang out, and we all hang out, and we all have a good time, and we're pretty much 100% aligned on our values, which is great. Is that our kids are so ahead of kids in public school. It's quite scary. And I don't mean to say this as in like the cliche thing a parent says is, oh yeah, my kid's really gifted, because every parent says that. But I mean, the education is shit. So the experience that kids are getting in the public schools is absolute garbage. It's complete brainwashing garbage. And I'm not saying all public schools and all teachers are doing that, because they're not. But by and large, again, going to the macro, conditions are not improving. What's taught in the schools today was not taught in the schools when I was in school. We didn't have gender ideology and this garbage in schools. We were actually reading 1984, and I read 1984, Brave New World, and Atlas Shrugged in 1 year in grade 10. That in English class. Those are three books, the three main books we read in my grade 10 English class, public school. Are grade 10 English kids reading those books today? I doubt it. Somebody tell me that they know somebody who does, and maybe I'll be a little bit more hopeful for the average individual. But when I look at what's going on in the small communities, small towns, with parents like myself and a lot of my friends who are choosing to unschool or homeschool or just do child-led learning with their kids, our kids are having conversations when a lot of kids aren't even talking. It's crazy. And so I just think about what it's going to look like for my children in 15 years. It's going to be insane. They're not even going to be able to exist in the same world, and they won't, because I think a lot of kids will just go right into the literal matrix. They'll be plugged into the metaverse or something like that, and they won't even exist in the physical world. But it's crazy when I look at kids in my community, how they function. Or I see this when I go down to a lot of Christian communities in the United States, in the South. We see these homeschooled kids that are just so polite and so conscientious. And then you go look at the school and there's fights, and it's just a mess. It's just viral video every day of fights in the high schools and the school, just the insanity that's going on. Is that our kids are just, they're not even going to experience, which is kind of weird too, in that we're going into this crazy polarized time where it's becoming so divided. And I don't think there's anything can be done about this. This is the way it is. And frankly, I don't really think there's anything wrong with actually being super divided, in the sense that if people don't share your values, why the hell would you spend time with them? Like, that's just another exercise in futility. The billionaires don't do that. They laugh at the peasants down in the melting pot. Oh, you idiots trying to sort yourselves out. Like, they don't do that. or sort of find common ground with all these people in this the melting pot's a big lie. The melting pot is a big failed experiment. Because all the rich who say, yeah, let's let in all the migrants, they all live in gated communities with armed guards, right? So whereas all the migrants are pouring into your poor neighborhood, and now your crime rates are up, 100-fold. And so, but it's crazy when you think about the different experience that children, because for me, I wouldn't, when I grew up as a teenager in Kelowna, British Columbia, Canada, I didn't, there was the only division I knew in at my age was you were either a jock or a punk rocker. I was a punk rocker. And that was it. It wasn't about all these other sub niches. Like in the 90s, when I was in high school, nobody was talking about race. Nobody gave a shit. It was just wasn't a thing. It was, yeah, there was racism. I had a couple non-white friends, and I saw sometimes somebody say something racist, but by and large, it just wasn't, race wasn't a discussion for anybody. Neither was sexuality. Though, you know, in the 90s, if you like, my brother came out as gay in 1999, I believe. Yeah, 99. And so he didn't really experience any. He says he did somewhere, but I never saw it. But anyways, it just wasn't a thing. There was no prejudice in the way that there is now. How is it now that after Barack Obama, you know, and his tranny husband, how is it that now there's more racism and more prejudice? It's because, well, there's a lot of reasons why. A lot of it goes down to psychological operations and whatnot. But I think in a really macro way, it's that the melting pot doesn't work. The human experiment in large cities is failed. It just doesn't work. Getting large groups of people that have no connection to one another in concentrated areas doesn't work. It's failed. It's not the way humans thrive. Humans thrive in smaller communities. Look at the centennial. What are they called? The centennials, the people that live over 100 years old. There's lots of documentaries and content about it. It's really interesting. But none of those people live in big cities. It's not a healthy environment. It can be for a while, and it can be fun. And, you know, there's a different time in your life when that might be more exciting to you. But it was for me when I lived in Montreal for many years. But you can't do it for long because it sucks. You're stacked and packed. Now there's surveillance everywhere. The paranoia too, where because it's so divided, if you're not politically completely aligned with everybody you're hanging out with, it's really difficult to hang out with them. Back when I was a sort of, you know, hipster liberal living in Montreal, it was you could go to a party, and I was always the guy. Like I'd go to lots of parties, very social, and I love to get in conversations and debates. I love debating people. I used to love debating people on the Israel-Palestine thing. This is like 20 years ago, and they would get quite fiery up. Like people get quite fired up, but it wasn't you're canceled. You're now everybody on social media is talking shit about you. It wasn't like that at all. And social media was around. We had Friendster and MySpace, and Facebook was just coming around, but I wasn't really using it. But you didn't get canceled. Now I talked to some friends of mine who still live in Montreal, and they don't even go out anymore. They can't, because they can't even socialize with people, because as soon as they express an opinion about an issue that's contentious, and most issues are contentious now, it's over. They have to go home. So what's the point of living in a city? Sucks. There's nothing there anymore, especially 2 years of COVID scam, the paranoia of all these liberals. They're wearing masks still. When I was in Kelowna last weekend, I would say at least 70-80% of those, the alphabet Nazi people had masks. Nobody else had masks. And it was a bona fide summer day. It was, well, it wasn't. It was probably 15, 17, 18 degrees, comfortable. People are wearing masks, you know, at the end of summer. It's insane. Outside, you're wearing a cloth mask outside. It's madness. But that's where we're at. And that's, again, why I think removing from that is your best bet. So that was a bit of a derailment on the where, and I kind of tied back into the why and the what a bit too. But the who, what, where, when. I did the why, didn't do the who. I don't know if the who is that important in this context. The who is you. And the one thing I would say when it comes to homesteads, I iterate this all the time in my coaching calls for the Homestead Accelerator, is that your context is the ultimate driver. You can't just look at what I've done or what anybody else has done and try to compare that to you, because one, you're not that individual, in your life circumstances are completely different, but you're also most likely in a completely different place, totally different circumstances in every respect, that you really have to understand what it is you want. And so on the who, what I would say is that something you can do that's super, super helpful. I might have mentioned this a bit in a previous stream, because I feel like I've said this somewhere before, or recently, is that a really good way to figure out how you can navigate your way through a lot of this is do a cost accounting of everything you have, in the sense of your 8 forms of capital. So take the 8 forms of capital and then go through those and ask, what do I have here? So start with finance. Okay, what do I got for money? That's not hard to figure out. What do I got for debt? Balance sheet. Do profit and loss, whatever it is. Do a cost accounting of your finances. Then do a cost accounting of your social network. And this is a difficult one for a lot of people, because I think a lot of people have a difficulty facing the music with this, especially people who are really, really introverted. And I'm not to pick on those people. But a lot of people make up excuses, especially because of the internet now. They make up excuses as to why they don't need to be social, because they can get some social interaction online, but they don't have a lot of friends in the real world. And I would say, friends in the real world, if you're on my side of things, on the standing against the New World Order side of things, you're going to need real friends, because there might not be a place for you to exist online unless you want to take shots and get a digital ID and do all that. And I'm prepared to deal with those consequences when they come. But you need to do a cost accounting of your relationships, because some people, and this is where self-work comes in. And I can criticize myself too on all these things, because I've had to learn these things in the hard way. But you do a cost accounting of your social network, and where you are socially, it can be a very eye-opening experience. I did this for myself my first couple of years of farm. No, it was my first year of farming. Actually, just like right in the very beginning, when I was getting into running my farm, my dad came to me because he saw me making some of the same mistakes he made. Fortunately, I was making them a lot younger, that I could correct at a younger age. It took him a lot longer to figure these things out, but he noticed in me that I had a tendency to call out people's bullshit, which is a good and a bad thing. I still do that. But I don't do it. It's a time and a place, right? And I always messed up the time and the place. And so, in a real nutshell, my dad came to me with Dale Carnegie's book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. He said, you're just getting into business now. It took me till I was about 65 to figure this stuff out. At the time I was 30 or so. He's like, read this book, and you need to really consider your position and with your relationships in the world, because business is all relationships. And unless you're some lucky aristocrat born with a silver spoon kid, if you want to succeed in business, you have to do good. You have to help people and build relationships and fit, contribute to society in some ways. And so that book changed my life. And later on, when I did sort of a cost accounting. I wasn't thinking about the 8 forms of capital at this time. I wasn't there yet. But I did do sort of a cost accounting, in the sense that I analyzed my life and looked at the way I was interacting with people, and I was looking at how I was getting into fights, and I was a generally disagreeable person. I still am probably more on the disagreeable side than agreeableness, but I've learned to be a lot more agreeable, especially when it's necessary. And so that's what it came down to. So doing that sort of cost accounting of my social network, as well as the way I interacted socially in the world, was extremely beneficial to me. And so, so there you go. Cost accounting on your social capital. Cost accounting on your natural capital. What do you have? Do you have gardens? Do you have things planted? Go through those 8 forms of capital. I don't want to go through it again because I'll just end up repeating so much of what I've done in other streams. But that's one thing you can do as far as looking at the who with all this of my off-grid philosophy, is that you need to fully understand your context, and a good way to understand that is to do a real cost accounting of everything you have. And then one thing you can do to really improve your lot in life very quickly is to, when you do that cost accounting, and often if you're going to do this kind of thing and you're serious about it, it's good to do it with somebody who loves you unconditionally, and that they'll tell you if you're right. Because sometimes you'll think that you're really good socially, but then somebody who loves you will say, no, you're socially retarded. And I only say that from a place of love. You want to have people like that around you. People that will celebrate you when you do well, but they're also there to support you when you're not doing well, but will also help you get on track to being a better person. If you can meet that person, you should probably marry them if they're the right sex for you. but yeah, so doing that cost accounting is huge, and if you have somebody with you to do it, it's even better. But so a way to improve your general lot in life in a really macro way of thinking about these things in this sort of holistic context of the 8 forms of capital is address the weakest links first. And I tell this in consulting all the time on properties: address the weakest links first. For me, that has been a number of weak links on this property. The driveway was one thing that I had to address right away to get any level of access up here for vehicles. So that was a weak link. A weak link that I discovered in my personality in the early days when my dad recommended How to Win Friends and Influence People to me is that I had a propensity to immediately comment on every time I was in a social interaction. So for me, it was being at the farmer's market talking to customers, is that people would say things and then I would immediately take it and run with it, and often take them to a place that they didn't want to go. And sometimes I do that still, probably. But I did it to a point that it got me in trouble all the time. And so what I identified that as a weak link, though I'm articulating this differently in hindsight than I would have at that time, but my resolve was the same, is that all I did was just talked less. That's it. So I had my farmers market sales doubled because I just talked less. So instead of just steamrolling people, which is a bad habit I have, and when I was in a band, they used to call me the hammer because I was the band leader, but I would just hammer people in the sense that I would just steamroll them with an opinion on a section that we wanted to change or whatever it was, right? I have that. That's a negative characteristic that I have, that I've worked hard on. And so I just talked less, and it did wonders. And so that's what I would say to a lot of these things, is when you do that true cost accounting of what you actually have, what is it? What's the stuff? What are the things you're good at? Even, accounting for what do you like doing? What brings you joy? Address the weakest links first. I met a guy named Larry Santoyo down at Permaculture Voices conference. This guy was hilarious, permaculture designer, bit of a party animal too. That's a whole other can of worms, but I had some really interesting conversations with this dude. Him, me, and Toby Hemingway one night were drinking, I don't know what it was, Scotch whiskey or something, and just getting super philosophical with permaculture and all this shit. But he kind of hammered that into my head in the sort of the permaculture perspective of it, is addressing weak links. And his context is, of course, on the land, but I always like to take things further up into the philosophical realms and think about them that way. But yeah, so addressing the weakest links. I mean, these are things that you can change your life. I mean, some people are so inhibited by personality flaws. And I meet a lot of people, and I see it all the time when I'll meet somebody and they'll know who I am or whatever, and they've got lots to talk to me about. And they'll just talk. It's like people who talk at you. Do you know what I mean when I say that? Talk at you. So you've all met people like this. Some of you might be like this. I used to be like this. I do my best to not be. But you don't really, and I'm doing a monologue right now, so this is a sort of a different instance, but you have people that you meet that just talk at you, and you don't even need to be there. You just disappear. They just keep talking because they just fucking talk and talk and talk. They don't listen. You can't get a word in anywhere, and they're really annoying to talk to. And then you don't talk to them, and they don't have a lot of friends, and they can't figure out why. And because nobody in their life has been nice enough to tell them, dude, shut the hell up. Listen. You'll have so many more friends if you just listen. And instead of steamrolling group conversations, contribute. It's like, and these are some of the things that inhibit people the most in their life that I see, is just personality flaws that are not that hard to fix. I had to fix a number of personality flaws. I could go on for hours of other things that I worked on in my personality to change. To be more likable, basically, because I wasn't likable for most of my life. I was not likable. I was an asshole. I was very abrasive. People didn't want to be, people wanted to be friends with me, but I attracted the wrong people. And so, but when you get into groups, and when you're at a nice party, it's kind of a good place to kind of test it. We've had a number of parties in the greenhouse here in our community up here, and it's always nice. But you get into it's a nice dynamic. You're sitting around a fire with maybe 5 to 8 people, and it's interesting to see how. So a perfect conversation for me with a group of people is you can have 5 to 8 people talk about an idea or a thing, and it can literally go around the room and you can hear from everybody. Of course, some people talk more than others, and that's natural, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's always really annoying when you go to a social gathering and there's some people you want to talk to, and there's somebody who just fucking steamrolls all the time. And again, I've been guilty of this in the past too. And again, it's something I try to correct. But it's so nice when you can go and you can listen to people, and you can kind of prop people up too. Like, it's one thing I like to do in groups, especially if there's people that I don't know that well, that I can see. And I've done this because I've been a facilitator and a teacher for so long. Is one thing I try to do in groups, especially with new people, is I try to elevate people who don't naturally want to speak up. I mean, the alphas are all going to pop up right away, right? Nobody needs any help with that. But I think it's a good thing to try to help other people speak, because why not? Sometimes people who don't say a lot actually have some of the most interesting things to say. And some of the most interesting people in my life that I've ever met are those people. And so, it's kind of nice when you're in a social group that you can do that. And so anyways, I'm kind of derailing because I wanted to talk about more of this off-grid stuff. So anyways, yeah, on the who, that's where it is. That's what I would say. Find your context, fully understand your context, understand your needs. What do you want? What are you good at? What do you like doing? What do you don't like doing? Illustrate all that stuff, taking a cost accounting for all those things, focus on the weakest links. And you can apply that to every sector of your life, which is pretty amazing. So the who, the what we've discussed, the where we've discussed, the why we started with. Now we're left with when. And I suppose that's an interesting question with all of it, is the when. Because you could ask when for a variety of things. for myself, I could ask, when is my house going to be done? And I think the answer is summer. Or you could ask, when will the proverbial shit hit the fan? And I would say that it has already hit the fan, and it's going to continue to hit the fan more frequently. And so this goes back to what I was saying earlier, is that conditions are not improving. Overall, for the average person, conditions are not improving. In every sector of the world as we know it, conditions are not improving. I'm not saying that there aren't good things happening. There certainly are. And I look for those things and I celebrate those things. I think it's important to do that. But I would say overall, if you're realistic about what's going on, it's not getting better. And so you need to get it better for you. Because if times get really tough, you need to be on your game. You need to be on your game. Healthy body, healthy mind, spirit intact. The spiritual fortitude for a lot of what's going on right now is extremely important. I think relationship with the creator is more important than ever. That for me, my relationship with the creator comes through my experience at nature. That's what it is for me. And you know, our family, we're not Christians. We don't need to label ourselves, though I have total reverence for the Bible and pretty much believe most of it. I also see its application in the law, which has been a fascinating journey for me. But for us, it's been to, as the New World Order, what is the New World Order? The New World Order is the world without God. That's why it's the New World Order. That's why they call it the New World Order. The old world is God's world. The old world is dominion. The new world is the world without God. That's the 17 sustainability goals. That's all the crazy leftist stuff that's coming from the globalist institutions that we all love to talk about, the World Economic Forum, the UN, all these groups. The New World Order is the world without God. And where does the New World Order exist? Mostly, it's in cities. Where is the New World Order's policies brought through? Mostly in cities. They're brought through all over the place. Don't get me wrong there, but they're implemented and applied mostly in the cities. The cities are man's creation. Nature and the wild world is God's creation. And so what's been important for us in our journey and our spiritual development and growth has been the easiest way for us to get closer to God, because we weren't necessarily, we're not church going Christians or anything like that, but we have reverence for God and want to be near God's creation. That's in nature. And so again, it's just another one of these default moves that if you do, you just now are de facto surrounded by God's creation, which is, I wake up every morning in awe of our sunrise. Every morning. Even if it's cloudy, it's unbelievably beautiful up here. And when you start the day that way, no matter what your physical or emotional, spiritual condition is, there's something to that just lifts you up. It's kind of like the difference of that you physically experience, the difference of living in a comfortable house that's, got AC, a comfortable bed, not pantry, lots of natural light, or living in a shithole, basement suite apartment that doesn't have any natural light. You got a crappy old couch, you got a single mattress on the floor. That's how I used to live as a student or a starving musician in the city. But when you just think about those experiences, and I guess it's the sort of pragmatist in me that just goes, well, if you surround yourself with things that are more godly, I think you'll be closer to God. If you eat good food, healthy food, and you feel healthy and you get exercise and you feel fit, And it's like the cliche, healthy body, healthy mind. And so with a healthy body, you get exercise, you're breathing fresh air, that helps the mind. And then that helps the spirit. And it's all connected. But I just think so much is just that if you surround yourself, and this is, I guess, going back, this is the when is it all going to come down? When does it change for you? Or however you want to spin it, is that if you surround yourself in those things, surround yourself by godly things, things will happen better, faster, I think. Because if you stay in the city and you're seeing all this madness, and you're seeing the fights, and you're seeing the tension, and you're seeing the civil unrest, and you're seeing, economic factors not looking too good. I mean, cities are risky to live in. Cities are great when it's all functioning and it's all gravy. I had many nice years in Montreal, had a great time, didn't have a worry in the world. But all that time, I mean, I did actually, one of the things that woke me up the most to food and farming was a moment that I lived through a freezing rainstorm in Montreal back in 2000 and I think it was 2007. It wasn't the worst freezing rainstorm they had. They had one in the 90s. I think it just decimated everything. It was just brutal. Power lines falling down. But I lived through this freezing rainstorm once. It was quite crazy. I used to work at the screen printing shop out in it was called Flag Tech out in the west side of the West Island of Montreal. I had to take a metro. I was down in St. Henry, and I had to take the metro all the way up to the end of the line, like the Côte 2, and then I had to take this bus all the way. It took me 45 minutes to commute to this job in the morning and in the afternoon, or in the evening. And this one time I was coming back, it might have been, I forget when this, it wasn't deep in winter, but maybe it was November, early December, taking the bus back, and this freezing rain starts. It was insane. I was in the bus and people are like, holy shit. Because freezing rain, it freezes, it's wet, and then it freezes on contact on the ground and on everything. And so all of a sudden you can't see out the windows. It's all of a sudden frozen. It's ice. And then now the bus is moving. And anyways, I was stuck on this bus for hours in gridlock traffic. And I was starting to see people go a little crazy. And I actually ended up pushing myself out of that bus on the highway. And I spent about 2 hours walking home that night. It was sketchy as hell, but I got home. That bus didn't move. Anyway, so I started to see this. And then I went home. I got home. I got in the house. And then, had some dinner, went to bed, woke up in the morning. I couldn't get out the door. The door was frozen shut. It took me, anyways, I had a roundabout way of getting, I went out my window, and then I went and got something and chiseled out that door to get out. Anyways, I got out of the house. Went to the grocery store. I used to live on Park Ave, I was living in St. Henry that year. No. I was living in Mile End. Sorry. Mixing up my memories. I was living in Mile End at that time. And so I took the bus home, and I went to this grocery store that was on Park Avenue, Cat Frere, Four Brothers. And I'm looking in the grocery store and I'm like, man, there's nothing here. And this was day 2 of this, freezing rain, and the infrastructure was just gone. There's just nothing. And at that moment, I realized, holy shit, I could literally starve to death in this city. And especially under these conditions with the freezing rain, I could literally starve to death, and it wouldn't take long. And so that was actually one of the early beginnings of my whole journey into what I'm doing now. And what motivated me to get out of the city and start learning more about food production. And I was reading Bill Mollison at that time. I had his introduction to permaculture, and I was reading David Holmgren's Pathways and Principles Beyond Sustainability. And so this stuff was really coming home for me. And I'm like, I got to get out of here. And so then starts the Curtis Stone journey. But, the shit can hit the fan at any time. And if conditions aren't improving, the likelihood of it continuing to get by, even, I think, is just less and less. The cities are just turning into madhouses, especially with the next, because the next switch to be flipped here, going back to the when, I think is going to be the economic stuff. And so that's where the shit hits the fan, dials up a little bit more. We're seeing all kinds of civil unrest, demoralization, you name it, fifth generation warfare. What the major controlling elite want is what's called full spectrum dominance. That's their game, is full spectrum dominance. Is they want to dominate every aspect of your life. And all that comes through the cities for the most part. And if you read the unit agendas and all this stuff, most of the stuff's implemented in cities. There's a plan for the country too, but it's not the same. It doesn't have the same level of infrastructure. And so when we see some real economic stuff, so I think in Canada, that could be the housing market just bottoming out, which I think is going to happen fairly soon. I think it's going to be within the next couple of years for sure, because that bottom interest rate cycle we were at in 2020, 1.97 for lending rates, was the peak of the market. And now interest rates are going up and valuations are going down. That's crossing the streams. That's when it doesn't look good. And so anyways, we all know the economic fallout is going to happen eventually. It's inevitable with central banking. Every central bank in history has failed. And the Federal Reserve System is way past its due for collapse. And so it's all here. And a lot of all this other stuff that's happening now is a distraction from that, in my opinion. That this Ponzi scheme of the Anglo-American establishment money system is only a matter of time until it all falls apart. It's a house of cards. And top economists know this on both sides, that it's just an inevitability. And so all this other stuff, in my opinion, all the woke stuff, all the wag the dog shit, that's all a distraction from what's really going on in the economy. And when that economic stuff comes home to roost, that's when we're going to see levels of insanity that we haven't seen before. It's like the Corb Lund song I started with. You ever seen a kid who's ever seen a guy whose kids haven't eaten for 17 days? You know, what's that guy look like? I don't want to know. I don't want to see that guy. And that's really what my off-grid perspective is all about. Is I don't want to see that guy. I don't want to fight with people. I don't want to be in a war zone. I don't want to have to have a bunker of of ammunition with machine gun turrets on. It'd be kind of fun, but no, I don't want to see the zombie apocalypse. That's my strategy. I just don't want to see it. I don't want my kids to see it. We did a pretty good job. My wife and I did a really good job of shielding our kids from the COVID thing. They didn't really see it. It didn't traumatize them. We didn't allow people to talk to our kids in masks. If we were out and about and somebody's wearing a mask and they talk to our kid, we say, take your mask off or don't talk to us, basically. And so I think our kids actually saw the best of that whole thing, in that they saw their parents kind of stand up for principles. And my wife especially was unbelievable. She didn't wear a mask once. She didn't have to, though, in the same way that I did, because I needed to get construction materials. And, it was some cases where I was willing to at least put my shirt on my mouth to get into the store so I get my shit and get out of there. But anyways, I think our kids saw us do that in a good way. And I'm hoping that we can do the same thing here. And I think that's why that is why it's so important for us to be where we are, as rural as we can be, lowest population numbers as possible. Cold climates. I like cold climates too, for when the shit hits the fan, because it's tougher in cold climates, and without resources, you won't survive. And so there'll be a lot less marauding gangs, let me put it to you this way, in a post-apocalyptic scenario in a cold climate as there will be in a warm climate. I imagine some of the really, really warm climates could be, all the zombie apocalypse movies are made in warm climates. They're always filmed down somewhere south in Georgia or something like that, like Walking Dead or whatever. Forget where that movie started, but where that show started. But so that's kind of it, is we're going to sit it out. And people often always say to me, well, but you're cucking, or you're retreating. It's like, no. I'm just realizing what's valuable, and I want to protect that. And I would way rather spend time protecting what's important to me than fighting for something that isn't important to me. Fighting somebody to change their political opinion, or arguing with some dimwit about something on the street that has no consequence to my life, that's not a fight. That's not a fight. Defending what's behind me, for sure, but going to fight for some ideology is pointless, especially when I have a very philosophically, I'm an anarchist. I mean, I guess I'm pragmatic enough to understand the utility of the state, and I've used it because I think the law works for a large part. If you know how to navigate it, the law actually works very well. It just doesn't work well for people who don't understand it. And that's where people are sitting there complaining and saying, I'm a victim of this, I'm a victim of that. But it's like, did you read the act? Did you read the terms? Most people don't read the terms of service. So they get victimized by corporations. That's what a government is, a corporation. If you don't read the terms of service, you're going to get fucking railroaded. And so, but yeah, no, I'm an anarchist in the sense that the way I'd like my world to look like would be a society based on voluntary action. And so that's the world I'd like to live in. It's not the world I live in, but that's what I'd like to live in. And often when you debate people about things like, oh, you're an anarchist, you're an idiot, or you're a statist, you're an idiot, these conversations are often so pointless, because at the end of the day, what are you debating? You're debating how the world ought to look like if you could have it your way. Who gives a shit? It doesn't. So look at the world for what it is and utilize it and move forward. And so anyways, I would far rather, if I say this to people all the time, even if the most doomsday preppers are right in that by 2030, it's all over, we're all going to be in a gulag. On a practical term, I go, well, if it's all going to end in 2030, I'd rather enjoy the next 16 years than not. So I'm going to live my most intentional and best life, and I'm not just going to throw in the towel. And being on land, being closer to God's creation, and having my family in that environment is far more of an enjoyable next 16 years, even if we all end up at the gulag at the end of the day. I'd rather enjoy the next 16 years than throw in the towel now, because I'd way rather risk that with a chance of freedom than give up now and have no chance of freedom. So that's what I would say to those folks. I see it all the time. Hey, thanks, Daniel, for the super chat there. I'm gonna get into questions here too, actually, because I think I've made most of the points that I want to make. I think I'm gonna go take a whiz. But Daniel says, loving the stream, Curtis. Thursday nights are great timing for East Coast night owls with a day off on Friday. Final warm weekend in New England coming up. Yeah, we're done with our warm weather. Though we got some sunny weather coming up, but it's still, single digits Celsius. Okay, yeah, I got a few more super chats to read here, and then I'm gonna pull up my other Q&A. Feel free to drop a comment. I'll look at the chat a bit more here. I'm gonna kind of back up from my focus. I haven't been watching the chat at all, except a little bit here and there. I got 17 questions to go through in here, and so there'll probably be some gravy in here too. So I'll be right back, folks. I'm just gonna go take a little pee break, and I'll be back in a minute or so. You always have cows around. Yeah, freezing rain sucks. I saw that year in Montreal, there was, yeah, one really bad freezing rain storm, but I'd seen a number of them, and just seeing people wipe out, it's just crazy. In Montreal, it's it's not a flat city. There's quite a bit of topography. It's not like Vancouver, but it's kind of close. But I've just seen, I remember walking downtown and just freezing rain comes and just people are just wiping out everywhere. Old ladies sliding down the sidewalk, losing control, cars crashing in. You talk about pandemonium fast, man. It's hey, Ark Van Bull waking up to the stream. Hey, that's what some people were saying to me. I think in the UK, they were saying, man, the stream starts at 3 a.m. my time. And they're like, I got to stay up late for this. And I'm just thinking, man, I'd start early. Listen to this while you're getting your first cup of coffee. I used to be a night owl in my musician days. I got to trim my mustache. It's really annoying me. And I am not a night owl anymore. Doing these streams is a special exception that I'm making. And it's kind of fun because my family's all well asleep. It means I get less sleep tonight, but that's okay. Yeah, like the stream. Smash the like if you guys are jamming on the stream here. And just kind of scrolling through the chat here. Cities are so fragile. It's just crazy. And I used to love Montreal bagels. Man, I can't eat that stuff anymore. It just kills me. My body does not react. Do you think they'll take the Bibles out of the courtrooms? No. I think if they do that, it's over. I don't think they'll do that. Not here, at least in Canada. The whole English Dominion's based on the Bible. It's the defenders of the faith. The Queen is the defender, or the King is the defender of the faith. Allegedly, whatever that means. No, I don't think they'll take it out. I think they probably want to, because the New World Order wants to get rid of the Old World Order, right? The Old World Order is God's world and dominion. The New World Order is the world without God, which sucks, which means if there's no God, if there's no creator, then humans and animals are all the same, right? Nature, or not nature, but plants, humans, animals are all the same. There's no dominion. And so that's why the New World Order wants you to be an atheist. That's why they also want you to be a vegetarian. Because if you, this is a sensitive one for some people, but I was a vegetarian for 16, 17 years, and I'm so much healthier than I'm not. But in vegetarianism, this is another path to the New World Order. Veganism is, and the same is that, and I think it depends on where you're coming from at it, because everybody's has their own, interesting, nuanced viewpoints. But if you get into the whole animal rights thing, it actually just it leads you to nihilism, because if and not that animals don't have rights, right? That's not my point, but is that when you put everybody on this linear thing, you're all the same. So if animals are the same as humans, then we're all just the same, and we can just be pushed around the same, and so you can be controlled the same. Whereas in God's world, in the old world, God created man. Man has dominion on the land and the animals. That's in the first parts of the Bible, is that we have dominion, and that's really important that we have dominion, because that creates that hierarchy, which is totally natural. And that's it's because it was created by God. It's God's hierarchy, and it exists for a reason, and it keeps society together in order. We're now moving into the New World Order, and look at the disorder that's happening. Look at the madness. Look at what 50 years of feminism has done for women. Nothing. It's done nothing. Nothing good. Nothing good came out of that. Maybe you could make a case, maybe some things, but I think by and large, nothing good. Where that world takes us is tyranny. And that's what happens when you have a godless society, is you have tyranny, because now men can rule men. Whereas in God, there's only one ruler. There's only, there's one word. And so I get going on the biblical stuff, and people call me out, and that's fine, because I'm not a biblical scholar, but I have reverence for it. Just checking out your guys' chat. Okay, so anyways, I'm gonna get these super chats here. Thanks, Daniel, for that last one. That was very kind. And I have this one here. Okay, See Me Roland said, what advice would you have for someone that lives in the city but can't buy their own land and do all the homestead stuff? Well, I've addressed, I mean, I started my whole farming career that way, not owning land, farming in yards. I would say you can start getting your feet wet by getting involved in gardening somehow, whether that's on your balcony or whatnot. But honestly, for what's coming, I don't think that's going to be of much consequence. I think I legitimately, and I know like people don't want to hear this. I get it. Because sometimes people feel like they're stuck, but I legitimately think if you want to survive and not be a total stooge of the New World Order and a complete just yes man for whatever the latest current thing is, you have to get out of the city. And you can move to a smaller town and significantly improve your quality of life, and I'm not saying you have to do this right away, because I know even Daniel, he, in the last comment, he supported me for a long time. I think he's in Chicago, and he has to be there. He's got to get out of there, but but he has to, he wants to get out of it. I think that's Daniel. That's Chicago. But you make a plan. You start working towards something. You start. You start. You might have to reimagine your career. You might have to change your network. You might have to make tough decisions. And I don't want to tell anybody what to do. I just try to lead by example and then suggest what I would do. But there's many ways to get your feet wet with homesteading stuff. To answer your question there, just really plainly, there's many ways to get your feet wet with homesteading stuff and gardening without living on the land. The last 10 years of my career is, a perfect example of that. So go back on my back catalog, and there's a lot of content for you there. But I do think the cities are going to be untenable. Like they already almost are. I go to Kelowna now, and I almost can't stand it. And Kelowna is not even that big of a city. I wouldn't even consider going to Vancouver now, with all the crime and just the madness of that place. I wouldn't even consider going there with my children. No way. What's the point? There's nothing to see there anymore. There's nothing good anymore in this. The cities have nothing. The music scenes are dead. In some places they're still great. Montreal's dead. There's nothing going on. People are afraid to go out. All the things that made the cities great are they're not all gone, but they're going away. Dale had that first super chat that said, could you discuss some marijuana strains you have grown, pros and cons, care techniques? Yeah. What was my favorite strain I ever grew was Durban Poison. I think it was a hybrid sativa. Really like that. I forget. I don't geek out on it as much as I used to. I used to hang out with this guy, Roger. He'd been in a few of my videos, older guy in Kelowna, good friend of mine, lived right close to us, was very involved in Green City Acres, especially for for growing weed on the personal side. Roger and I would just geek out on it. We just get so into the strains and this one and this one, this one. Honestly, I don't even pay attention to any of it anymore. I haven't smoked any of the stuff that I've grown yet this year, so I can't even give you a report. But I do know some of my favorite varieties were, yeah, Hawaiian Snow, Durban Poison, AK-47, some varieties. I don't really geek out on it much anymore, but and for techniques, it's changed a lot for me over the years. I'm finding now I've always done outdoor. I've done indoor a bit. I don't like it. It's just too many problems. I don't like dealing with problems. Spider mites and all that stuff, aphids in it. Mind you, I had some aphids on my outdoor crop on some of them this year, which is weird, but it's just because my soil sucks and it's taken a long time to build up. But no, I've changed on the techniques. I mean, my process now, I start everything from seed. If I get some clones from somebody, I'll get some clones, but I mostly just start everything from seed. And then I nurse those plants just like I do any other greenhouse plant for a month and a half, 2 months. And well, not all of those plants. So that's tomatoes. They're about as long in the greenhouse as tomatoes really go out about the same time. And then I transplant them out and I top them. I do that now. I like doing that. I used to not do that, but now I do that. I cut the first top off like a basil plant, and then it creates a bush instead of like a evergreen tree. And so that's what I do. So I top it, then I get. So when I do outdoor, I'll tell you what I'm going to do next year. It's different than what I did this year. This year I just did a lot of plants, and then I just go get the gravy. And so because outdoor is dicey, because outdoor, especially with sativa or late blooming varieties, if you're flowering now, it sucks because it's cold and wet now. And so you lose. I've had some years where I lost like 90% of the crop. That's why I always plant more than I need. Just like with gardening, just plant a lot of shit so that you get, the best stuff. And so that's my outdoor strategies. I plant a lot, and then I just go and I get the best. I'll go out because a plant will flower its way down, and so buds will actually mature at different times on the same plant. So what I do is I go and get the first best big colas, the big arms, of buds. I go get those first, and then I go get those on the drying rack. I put them on U-line shelves, just like what you see. Can you see up there? No, not really. Just those wire shelves. I take off those big limbs, cut off all. I just leaf them out, cut off all the leafy stuff, and then dry them, and then I cure them in glass after that. But when I do it outdoor, then that way I can just get the best stuff. And then if I lose the rest because of the rain comes and whatever. But what'll happen if the weather's agreeable, and it's been very agreeable up until this point, is that I went and got my firsts, I call them. I get the firsts, get those off, label them, get them on the rack. Then, now you created more space and light for the other ones. Then those ones bloom up and thicken up. Then you go get those ones. And so I actually got 3 different cuttings stages this year. I did quite well actually, but next year I'm just going to go in the greenhouse, straight up in the ground, like outdoor in the greenhouse, basically in the high tunnel, just to keep the rain off in the fall. And then that way I don't have to stress about, I'm going to lose all that. It's raining now, and the buds are getting moldy. That's the worst. So I'm just going to do less plants in a greenhouse, and then less is more, because then you just have big plants that you really manage, get all the fan leaves off, and you'll get pounds off one plant. This one year I did those varieties I mentioned, Durban Poison and Hawaiian Snow. I did those with Roger, and this was back when weed was illegal too. But again, statute of limitations on that one. So, but we had one year, had a Durban Poison and a Hawaiian Snow plant in one of my high tunnels. And I was still commercially farming. This was right at the city, right downtown. And all the neighbors could smell it. But everybody grows weed in Kelowna, so nobody really ever cared, even when it wasn't when it was illegal. But we grew these plants and they were massive. They were both of the plants were 8 feet wide and 12 feet high. And we trimmed about 2 pounds off each plant. 2 pounds of finished bud off each plant, dry. So insane. So outdoor, I love outdoor. I like growing in the soil, not in pots. I want my plants in the ground. That's what I like to do. I know that doesn't work on large scale commercial operations for various different reasons, but I like to do that. And it works really well because they don't need to fertilize them or anything. Marijuana is a weed. That's why they call it weed. It can grow anywhere. It barely needs any nutrients whatsoever. So yeah, that's what I did for that. So I'm gonna pull up the Q&A here. Okay, the from the field Q&A, and I'll keep this chat over here. Keep an eye on that. Sorry, just moving some windows around here. Okay. Where is it here? There we go. Manoj says, Curtis, what's the future of the From the Field website? Will it stay around or go away? There's going to be some. From the Field isn't going to go away. I'll just say that right out of the gate. But we're trying to consolidate some of the things with Freedom Farmers and From the Field, because From the Field, that website costs us a lot of money to run. It uses a platform called Uscreen, and it's really cool, but it's expensive. And I don't want to give away all the numbers, but it costs a fairly good chunk of what From the Field brings in every month to use that website. And so we're looking at consolidating it within Freedom Farmers so that it'll integrate better into the social media, because the problem with From the Field.tv is that your profile at From the Field.tv isn't the same for your social media part for Freedom Farmers. We have that whole element now, the community element. It doesn't sync up with this very well because it's 2 different platforms. And so we're looking to consolidate that, and you guys will all be brought along, and the experience will only get better. I'll promise you that the experience will get better, because we've had some challenges with the commenting section on the videos, and I said it's expensive to run this site. So yeah, we're looking to consolidate but improve and streamline things. That's what I'll say. Jane Wilson says, please tell us about the various berry bushes you have planted. Did you plant groups of one kind together or rows of random? So right now, what I have planted now isn't all that great. You've seen it in my vlogs. It's a lot of that first food forest. I did that little 1/4 acre section, which I kind of just planted a bunch of stuff into the raw native ground. I'll never do that again. I just kind of wanted to do it to see what would survive, and not much survived. Well, no, most of it survived, not a lot thrived. That's how I'll put it. And so what I'm doing in the food forest is, actually, I wonder if I could just pull this up and show this to you. This is a really cool thing, actually. Where is it? I was thinking, where is it? It's Dakota Cohen's thing. See if I can pull this up for you guys. No, that's not it. Anyways, before I waste too much time doing that, poking around on my computer, to answer your question, what I'm doing is I'm doing this integrated food forest design that's based on Dakota Cohen's, where is it here? This design that Dakota Cohen came up with, and it's absolutely genius. He sent it to me, and I actually, oh no, it's in my this is where it is. It's a way of, so you know, you might be familiar with food forests. You know, of course, the work of Bill Mollison, or what's that British guy that had that? Robert Hart. He had a really cool forest gardening book. You know, this whole idea of integrating the different layers that plants occupy. I think there's 7 layers, all the way from ground climbers to, you know, top story trees. Is Dakota's come up with this way of doing a food forest that is, let's see if I can find it here. That is more along the lines of what I'm used to, with beds and things that are linear. Oh, here we go. Which I love. Yes, here it is. Okay, great. I will show you my screen here and kind of show you some of my design stuff. This is what I'm doing for this food forest. Oops, close this. Everything is better with some cows around. Sometimes when sorry, I'm not so fast on the computer. Here we go. So this thing here, this is Dakota Cohen's design, and it's brilliant. And this is my tree schedule here, which is insane. I'm not going to try to bother explaining it there, but I'll show you what this is. So this is done metric, so it's in meters. It's a 6-meter pattern. It's approximately 18 feet, 6 times 3 feet per meter. And there's a tree every 25 centimeters. And this is what it looks like. So it's like a canon in music. It's a mirror image. So it's a 6-meter pattern. And at the 3-meter point, this is mirrored. This is a mirror image of what's here. So at the beginning of the row, and that's going to go in my food forest, is there's a high emergent tree. And so that's usually for me, it's going to be a nut trees. I've got all kinds of different nut trees. So the tallest tree at its climax is, you know, a big tree, 20 meters tall. It has a big area. That's at the first tree. And then there's a support species. That's going to be, for me, I have, what do I have here? Caragana, laurel leaf willow, green alder. And it's one of those. And then these here are, oh no, then you got every meter, there's a fruiting shrub. So every 3 feet, there's a fruiting shrub. So high emergent tree, fruiting shrub, target tree. So that could be an apple tree, a pear tree, any kind of a plum, any kind of stone fruit that we can grow in our climate. And then it mirrors. And then in between, these are various different support trees. So these green ones here are all these Caragana, laurel leaf willow, green alder. Didn't I have? Yeah, Okanese poplar. These trees are basically sacrificial trees. They're grown for biomass. And in 10 years, the only thing that'll be here are the target trees and the fruiting shrubs. Then everything else will be gone, because the bigger canopy will take it over. But so what Dakota has come up with here is absolute genius, is this way of systematizing a food forest. And so I'm using this pattern basically, but I've customized it to my trees. So these are all the trees I'm planting this year. So my high emergents are chestnuts, walnuts, bartnuts, chestnuts, walnuts, bartnuts. These are all these different beds that are in my food forest, and which is this looks a lot different now because it's all finished, but this is what I was basing the design on. And then we've got, you know, hascap berries, and so this is a single row right here. And so to your question, sorry, pull this out. This is Jane. To your question, it's mixed. To get to the point of yours, it's not one row together, it's all mixed. And that's just for the benefit of the system, is that things grow better in a diversity. Having said that, I got a couple places on my property where I might do some grapevines, some just rows. I'm not opposed to doing rows of single crops, but I wanted to try this. And so we got hascaps, apples. I'm just looking at the edibles here. Pears, more apple, pear, hascap, goji berry, mulberry, more apple, more goji berry, sea buckthorn, different types of sea buckthorn. I love sea buckthorns. They're superfood. Put them in smoothies. They're just amazing. Yeah, and that's kind of, tall fruit. Some of these I haven't decided on yet. Different types of fruit trees, what those varieties are exactly, not sure. There'll be cherries in here, raspberries. I've already got a decent amount of grapes planted, but I like to plant some more. I got lots in here. That's what all this foliage is above me. But yeah, to your question, Jane, I think that pretty much answers it. What software is that? That is that's just numbers for Mac. Serviceberry. Well, we have serviceberry growing wild here, just like we do huckleberries. So we wild forage those here. I'm not going to grow those. Next question from Josh. Hey, Curtis, thanks for taking your time to answer the questions. I've followed your urban garden footsteps for a while, and we have a successful small farm business in the middle of the city, and the customer base is here. My wife has a job that is connected to the city. Could you spitball around how people with our context get out on the land while maintaining enough of an income to not only buy property, but build it up while absorbing the increased costs of living in the country? We have a down payment for $200 to $3,000 mortgage plus emergency fund, FYI. Wow, that's a pretty good situation to be in. So you got an urban garden, an urban farming business that's operational, but you guys want to get on the land. Well, if I knew more about your context, one thing I would ask is, how difficult would it be just to move your farm to the country, or just a little bit outside of the city to at least start transitioning out there? There's many different ways to do that. I mean, one of the things that's great about farming is that farmers talk. And an avenue of business I got involved in before we closed was working with other growers and bringing in other types of product that you can't grow in the city. I wrote about this in my book, but there's so many opportunities that come through there, especially from farmers. And so where things will take you, you don't really know. You just have to kind of try it and get to know people and see where it goes. But I would consider a good step would be potentially moving the farm business to another location. Maybe it's not as rural as you'd like to end up, but maybe it's a stepping stone to get you there. And maybe because that's what I wanted to do. I mean, I did a video on this years ago, but I was actually at a turning point in 2000, and I think it was 2019, where I'd closed the farm that year. I didn't officially close it. I just stopped selling stuff. That I thought maybe I'll get right back into it. We go big. And I was really getting into a lot of those Italian greens harvesters that drive. And I was looking at really scaling up a greens business. And we looked at a property, actually made a video about it. And a student of mine actually bought that property, a woman from Kenya, married a Canadian guy, and she's got this cool farm business there. It's hilarious. But anyways, I was going to buy this property, and there was a good amount of acreage for the farm, and I was going to do that. And so I was basically planning to move Green City Acres out and change the business model a bit, no longer be a BCS walk behind tractor market garden, but a farm with a tractor with 4-foot beds for tractor harvesting and go full tractor. I was actually going to do that. And just scale up the greens, because I was selling to grocery stores at the time, and I had built really good connections of some of the higher up people in those stores, and they were interested in having me sell product for their entire the stores around the province. And so I had the opportunity in front of me to do $1 million farm, like a multi-million-dollar farm. And so I was really planning to do that. And I had a business plan and everything. And I had an approved, I was going to get a big mortgage from Farm Credit Canada on, it was $850,000. And they were going to lend me another $1 million to finance the business. And I was pre-approved. So I was going to do that. And I'm glad I didn't do that. But you know, that was kind of my ticket towards where I wanted to be, which is now. I just kind of skipped the process because I haven't been chained to the farm in so long that I had, my income was, I could take anywhere with me. So I had a different privilege than you might experience. But I would say, yeah, consider getting that farm out somehow. And maybe you transition it. Maybe you even get a lease on a property that's a little bit out, and you start doing some stuff there on weekends or when you have time, getting some things going on so that it's not a hard transition. And then you have a bit of time to do that. So that's what I would say to that. Yeah. Next one from Sean, and he's got a picture here. Hey, Curtis, I've been following you for about 6 years now. I want to thank you for your inspiration to get out on the land. 5 years ago, we began building our dream homestead. It's 15 acres plus, 15 kilowatts of solar, 30 kilowatt battery storage, grid tied, 20,000 liter rainwater harvest, or probably gallon, you're saying. Zone 7B in Southeast Oklahoma. Wow. Southeast Oklahoma, man. I've seen some nice properties there too. Here's the question. Do I sell this place, become debt-free, including paying off 40 acres that borders national forest, and build a home there with cash, or stay where we are and ride this out? If I stay and sell my other assets, I can get down to about 150K total debt. If I move, I get more land and pay cash for everything. May not have the cash to do this solar system again right away at a new, but build a house and a shop and sit back debt-free minus electrical bill and taxes. Thanks for everything. We've never spoken, but my household knows your name, and I'm super grateful for all you do for us. Keep on. From the mountains of Oklahoma, Sean. Cool, dude. So that's, wow. Maybe I'll just share the screen. That's cool. Oops. Stupid Zoom. No, sure. Why is it not showing it? Oh, there it is. He's got an image there. I guess that's the place that he's got now. Cool. That's a sweet greenhouse, dude. Big solar array like that with a shop type thing underneath it. That's super cool. I'm curious what the total debt is on all of that, because I'm not opposed to debt. I'm out of debt now. well, I got little, little debts here and there because I'm building, but I don't have a mortgage and I have nothing leveraged on my property. And so I'm more or less debt free. I don't have any big debt. But I'm not opposed to debt, and I've actually used debt to create wealth. And so, what can I say? When I bought my first house in Kelowna, I bought that house for 405,000 and Canadian, and my dad said, "You're crazy. You're taking a mortgage now. The market's going to shit tomorrow. You're going to lose it all." And I was like, "Maybe, Dad," and it didn't. And I more than doubled the value of that house when I sold it. I put money into it too. I renovated it and stuff, but I used that house to get me here. And so I'm not opposed to debt. But debt during these times could be sketchy. I think what I would consider is that look at your debt load now and what's your monthly payment on that debt, and what does it look like if it doubles? What does that look like for you? Is that feasible, or is that not feasible? And I would say if it's not, because you're in the US, your guys' mortgage terms don't change. In Canada, they change. So in Canada, you sign up they're actually amortizing mortgages up to 40 years now. But anyways, you sign up for, at the time for me, it was a 25-year mortgage. And you go in at, I signed my first mortgage, I went in at 2, something like that. And then I renewed at 1.97. But it changed. And so in Canada, every 5 years, you have to renegotiate the interest rate. So in Canada, if they change the key interest rate, and this is where the Canadian real estate apocalypse is coming, is that because in 2020, everybody who bought at the peak of the market, but at the lowest interest rates. So when they go to renew their mortgage, and now interest rates are up at 8, 9, 10%, and when they bought, it was 5. Now they just doubled. So that's going to bankrupt a lot of people, and they're going to lose their homes, which is insane and sick to think that. I mean, mortgages are such a scam because the bank doesn't even have the fucking money. They don't even have it. But you just sign your ass off on. That's all. It's such a scam. Look into how mortgages work. I don't feel like riffing on it right now, but that people would pay into a mortgage for 10 years and then lose it. See, the thing you guys have in the States is that, yeah, you might have some debt on that, but you're locked in on those terms. They're not going to just change on you. So I don't know, man. You got some pretty nice stuff there. I would be more tempted to, if you want to get out of debt, make some more money and just pay that debt off, then change everything. Having said that, it depends, so, okay, pull it outside of you for a second, Sean. And what I would say is that I know some people who could do what you're doing and scale up. So we have some closer friends in the family, or family, I should say, that own huge acreage inherited from family wealth. Huge acreage. It's like a full section of land. It's 160 times 4. So 320, 640 acres. It's a lot of land. You don't need to live on 640 acres. Though it'd be nice, but they live on this land, and it's actually, they're actually quite poor. So they own the land outright, which is, I think they own it outright. Because it's inherited. Maybe there's some kind of mortgage left on it, but it's not much. Anyways, they own this huge chunk of land, but their quality of life isn't that great. And they both work jobs, lame jobs. Like they're not happy in their jobs, and they really struggle on their land, and they don't raise their animals the best way, and yada yada yada. I've tried to helpfully advise them here, there, or the other, but they don't want to change their ways. But anyways, they're in a situation where they could sell their land. They could sell that 640 acres and get a good amount of cash for it, like probably millions. And then they could go and buy 50 acres. And there's some places in Alberta, I'm talking about some people in Alberta. And I'm looking at Alberta properties every week now because there's more and more. Alberta's some of the best real estate for homesteads available right now, and as far as value. So, anyways, they could sell this place at say 2-3 million, and then go buy 50 acres, which is plenty to homestead on and live on comfortably. With everything, nice house, fucking sauna, barn, like some of the places we've looked at in Alberta have been insane recently for 600,000, and then come out with a cool 1.4 million profit, and then figure out what to do with that money instead of working a lame job. So that's somebody in my circles that could do that, but I don't think they want to, but they could radically improve their quality of life, because you don't need to live on that much acreage. It's kind of a waste in a way, because when you have that much land, it's a lot to look out for. And he's always going, oh, there's somebody coming on my land, hunters over here, and he's driving around on an ATV all the time, and it's like, what's that doing for you? Again, I always go back to this, like, what value are you extracting from doing that all the time and spending the time to do that? So I would say, consider that. But maybe not. I don't know. It sounds like you got a lot there. It's pretty sweet. And I bet you the debt isn't that bad. Oh wait, you said if I stay and sell my other assets, I can get down to about 150 total debt. Oh, dude, forget about it. 150 debt? That's nothing. That's nothing. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. The US mortgages, let me put it this way. When the shit hits the fan, if it really hits the fan in the economy, the banks aren't going to be able to collect everything. How are they going to kick everybody out of the house? How are they going to kick everybody out of their properties? They're not. If everybody goes broke, nobody goes broke. So I wouldn't worry about that, brother. I think you should just keep what you have. I think it looks good. Another Sean says, this is Sean Shaun. The other one was Sean. Curtis, I'm curious about what recommendations you have for getting into solar. My context, as I'm in the city at the moment, and I've been looking at getting at least one portable panel, and I'm just looking to get my feet wet and power some tools and recharge 18-volt batteries. I feel it's difficult to assess the quality / reputability of products out there as the market is flooded with them. You're telling me, man. What are your thoughts on brand wise, size, etc., given my circumstances? Thanks, brother. For that context, honestly, I don't really have a lot of insight. I haven't really done solar. I just went balls to the walls. I could advise you on, a system, but when it comes to that, honestly, I don't really know, because there's, like you said, there's so much out there. It's actually mind numbing how much stuff is out there. So I don't know. One thing I will say is that if you don't want to live in the city and you want to take stuff with you, be careful how you integrate it into your home. When I did because I had a solar home before this place in the city, I had a grid tied system, 11.5 kilowatts of solar with micro inverters. And then I had the Tesla power walls. I had two of them. They're 12, I think they're 12.2 8.5, or maybe they're 15 kilowatt hours each or something like that. That system was not very movable because it was all integrated into the house and stuff. So I would consider keeping everything separate off. I mean, you have to integrate some wiring into the house, of course, to bring it in and all that. But if your solar rigs are not on your roof and, you know, you've got some portability with that, that would certainly help. Check out Jordan Whalen's. I did that video with him, the off-grid tiny house. He's got a really good model of how you could have a system and move it. So that's all I would say to that. Because yeah, on that scale, I haven't really looked at it much. But anyways, you had another, so that's the best I can say for that, Sean. You had another one here. Recently, there was an announcement sent out saying something to the effect that from the field members would bypass subscription fees, etc., to future courses. Can you expand on this? I've tried reaching out to the team, but have not heard anything. Well, you should if you reach out to the team. Yeah, so if you were a from the field lifetime member, we sent you basically an offer to just give you a big sweet deal with Freedom Farmers. So if you're a founding member, you should respond to that email. That's all. And so yeah. Mark says, hey Curtis, do we send property prospects purchase I am reviewing to the main Freedom Farmer group or directly to you? No, don't send them directly to me. Nothing goes directly to me anymore. So you should talk to Matthew. Reach out to Matthew and he'll hook you up. I'm actually doing I've got 3 private ones to do tonight. I'm looking at, so more and more of our members are sending us properties that they want to sell, or their properties that they found that they want. And so I'm doing 3, I'm looking at 3 of those tonight. And so, yeah, just reach out to Matthew. He's your guy there. And he's in your team. If you're in the Freedom Farmers thing, you'll find Matthews. You'll find him. He's in the chat in the community platform. He's my point guy. So yeah, talk to Matthew. Anyways, Timothy says, where are you often finding good homestead properties close enough to metropolitan areas for a tradesman to stay and work? This is an interesting question here. I'm in northern Indiana and I'm having trouble finding anything less than an hour plus away, and I'm often in another state or in the middle of big ag and near a cell tower. Yeah, that's a good question, and it's kind of a tough one to answer, because where are you often finding good homes close enough to metropolitan areas? I mean, let's see what I got this week. Just to see where are all these places in comparison. I mean, we've looked at last week, we had 3 properties in Kentucky that were absolutely insane. And were they, I can actually pull them up right here. Yeah, major metropolitan areas. I mean, honestly, dude, that's not really what we're looking for. At the same time, people direct our searches by just requesting. So if you are in the program, and it looks like you are, just tell us. I'm so disconnected from the back end of everything now that I often don't understand how it all comes together. But I know that there's an onboarding process, and we ask you where you're looking. And so we look in a lot of places that people are asking. So do that form thing, or just reach out to Matthew and see. Okay, Timothy says, oh no, that was Timothy's. Clive says, Curtis, can you look into the comment system on From the Field? I've commented a few times. Takes a while for an answer. The last time I was asked to repost my comment. Yeah, we are actually. That's all gonna change. And yes, we're on that. So I'm with you there. Next one from Kevin says, if I have the ability to purchase a homestead / bug out property, but can't leave my 9 to 5 yet, what would you recommend the order of priority be? Access, water, energy. Okay, I replied to this because I saw this. Did you reply? I asked you, I said, before I answer this on the stream, tell me more about the property, because you said, what should I prioritize? Access, water, energy, structures, plants, fencing, animals. I don't know. If I saw the land, I'd tell you. I'd tell you in a second. But that, yeah, I'd love to answer that question. And I did ask you to give me more. You didn't get back to it in time. But yeah, I can't answer that question because I don't know what the access is like. I don't know what the structures are like or anything. So where to focus is the weakest links of what's not there. And access is really the most important thing on a property if it passes all the other things. So if you like the climate, you like the shape of the property, it's got water, all that, those are, and there's no major threats. Access is the most important. And my access here, my driveway, I've spent I think it's about 80 grand. I haven't totaled it up yet, but I think I've spent about 80 grand in materials. I've done most of the labor. I've had some experts. Well, or no, it's all been me actually. Yeah, I had some help with machine work at the beginning when I wasn't as good, like in the first year. But yeah, access is expensive, and it comes at a premium. If you want the privacy, which I do, the security and the privacy and the invisibility from a road, that's super important to me. And so, yeah. But okay, so here I'll give you something though. Is a way to think about it is this. Are there things there that if you do this one thing, it'll help other things? And so this is a constant triage that I go through every day when I'm looking at my list of things to do. And I'm thinking about where I can spend my time. And I go, okay, if I do this thing here, it's just really going to do much except satisfy a desire to maybe finish this project non-specific so that it's just more based on the principle. Or there's things that I can look at and I can go, if I do this, it'll also help me with this and this and this. So then do that. And so kind of like when I started on this property, the first thing I had to do was get power, because if I got power, then I get water. Then if I got water, I can get food. So I had to get power first. And so that's kind of how I prioritized. Actually, I mean, really, I had to be able to get a concrete. The first thing I had to do was improve my access. Literally the first thing, because I couldn't even get a concrete truck up to pour the pads for the my solar panels. They have these big concrete foundations they sit on. I needed to get a concrete truck up. I had to first be able to get a concrete truck up. So it took some work on my road so that a concrete truck could make this big weakest link turn that I have on my lowest switchback. And so that's what I did. And so, yeah, I would say, look at it that way. Focus on the things that'll help get other things down the road. And then why am it says there's 19 comments here, but I don't. Oh, load more. Oh, geez. I missed a bunch. Oh, geez. I missed a bunch. I started. Okay, I'll go back to the beginning. Sorry, folks. I missed some of these. I missed Daniel, Sarah, and Sonia, and Saeed. I missed all you guys, so I'm going to read these now. Daniel says, I'm finding that the Johnson Sioux bioreactors take a long time to fill up if only one person is contributing. Yeah, tell me about it. How long can I expect for it to be compost ready once it's filled to the top? And would you say it's worth the time in terms of quality? You know what? Honestly, I don't know if it's worth it. I have to say, since I have gone to animals, I don't really compost anymore. I don't compost at all anymore, actually, because everything goes to the chickens. The chickens eat everything, everything, unless it's something that's not edible, but that would be garbage then, really. So they eat everything. And then their manure benefits. I'm about to move their run onto this new plot, and so they'll poop on it all winter. So I'm getting the benefit of it and doing way less work. So I built 3 of those Johnson Sioux bioreactors. 2 of them are full. I haven't turned over any of them yet. And so I don't even know, Daniel. I know that when my buddy John, who did it the best I'd ever seen, he masticated all of the compost scraps before going in the bioreactor. He had like it's like a leaf mulcher. He had this electric leaf mulcher. He put all their compost scraps, kind of gross actually, through it, but it worked, made it down into like juice grounds basically. And then that would compost in 3 months of summer fully and be ready to use. If you're not doing that, it probably takes a year. But yeah, that's what I would say to that. And then Sarah says, thanks for your streams. Appreciate what you share. Gardening question. Do you use any synthetic fertilizers, or is it natural compost self-made from a trusted source with no herbicides or pesticides? My city has free compost, but it's made from restaurant waste, etc. So I'm assuming full of GMO shit in it and other stuff. Or maybe I don't have to worry about this, as all those harmful ingredients break down during the compost process. Yeah, I've never in my life used synthetic fertilizers or pesticides or any of that. I've always been organic from the beginning. That's just where my values were. So I've never used any of that. Yes. So I see what you're saying about the free compost. Honestly, I wouldn't be that worried about it. When things compost down, they kind of break down. Now, somebody might make a case for another way of, no, you can't use any of that. And I don't know. I'm pretty lax with things like that. So I don't think it's a big deal to use that compost, frankly. If it's full of biosolids, then I wouldn't use it. The city of Kelowna makes compost. They make 2 types. They made a thing called Ogo Grow, which is table scraps, leaves, grass trimmings, and all that, plus biosolids from the human shit, basically, from the waste facility. I would never put that on my vegetables because biosolids are full of pharmaceuticals that people consume, because most people are on pharmaceuticals. So I wouldn't touch that, especially from a city. If it's human manure from my family, we use that. We make human manure. We have a composting toilet still. And then Kelowna made this other one called Glen Grow, which is basically everything else except the biosolids. I used that in my garden for years. So that's what I would say to that. I'm just going to check this heater thing. We'll be back. Just 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Sarah had another question. For those of us still living close to the city, relying on city/county services, do you think it's important to have encrypted communication via email and apps so the government/private companies do not track us for everything? I switched to Signal for a messaging app and tutanota.com for encrypted emails. Never heard about it. Not posting anything on Facebook, etc. Is it worth the time, or is it a waste of time? I use Signal and Telegram. It's up to you. Frankly, I'm not, I'm I'm probably on a scale of a normie versus Edward Snowden, as far as, you know, how concerned are you about having everything encrypted? I'm probably in the middle. I'm certainly more savvy than, I'd say a lot more savvy than the average individual, but I'm not an Edward Snowden. And so that's what I would say to that. I think it's as important as you want it to be. I think it's good to have that as an option to use for times when you want things to be encrypted. I still have a Gmail account, you know. I have a Proton Mail account too, though, so don't use it as much, but that's what I would say to that. Sonia says, hey, Curtis, have you had to deal with government agents wanting to recontract with you regards to water rights on your property? How are you or willing to deal with them? No, they haven't. And everything is a contract and everything is a negotiation. So no, don't register your wells. That's one real easy way to not ever have them deal with you. But every county's different, and so the way they do it. But yeah, no, I haven't had to deal with any of them. Some of that kind of gravy is, I don't like talking about on YouTube, to be honest. Getting to private conversations, I'm all over it. But getting on that stuff on YouTube, I'm kind of hesitant to say too much more about that. So that's what I'll say to that, Sonia. And then Saeed says, hey, can you also add multifamily homestead properties, meaning option to have more than one home on your homestead rather than just single family? Yeah, and we do. We actually have a number of properties. I mean, those 3 properties we did in Kentucky last week were insane. One was a fully bona fide Amish property that was definitely multifamily. Another one of those properties also had another second home on it. A lot of properties we look at, well, not a lot, but I would say a good number of properties we look at have second homes on them. And it's quite common, actually, rentals and stuff. So we are doing that already, actually. But yeah, we'll, if they become available, we'll continue to. It's all about, the whole program is directed by mostly what our members want us to look at. This week I'm looking at, I got 1 in Kentucky, 2 in Tennessee, 1 in Virginia, 1 in Northern California. Haven't had 1 in California for a while. Indiana, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Vermont. Wow, 1 in BC up in 100 Mile House. And then 1 in Douglas, Ontario. And so all these are in the price range of cheapest properties, of course, in Kentucky at $314,000. And then, up to $735,000. That was $769 was our most expensive property in Tennessee this week. But yeah, sometimes if it's too big, then we're not listing multi-million-dollar properties. We're listing. When we started, we were really focusing at about 350 max US. Now we've kind of gone over because people are asking, well, we want to see $600,000 properties. We want to see $700,000 properties. We're looking at those. But I'm telling you, the US right now, it's insane what you can get. I did actually, I disqualified a property that the guys put up this week. I haven't had to disqualify any of their properties for months now, but I had to disqualify one today. It was a property in South Carolina. Disqualified it because they didn't notice the commercial power lines were too close to the house. They're 300 feet from the house. It's too close. So I disqualified it. But anyways, it was a really nice homestead in South Carolina. 619,000. It had decent home, some farm infrastructure, barns, animal pens, stuff like that. It was on 15 acres. Exact same infrastructure plus more land in Kentucky, half the price. Half the price. Kentucky right now is absolutely insane. If I was picking a place in the US to go, based on value, Kentucky's unbelievable. I mean, the climate's beautiful. It's a temperate, cold climate, super nice. It's green. There's lots of good farming there, lots of Amish people. The value is unbelievable what you can get. Tennessee, I've watched over the course of the last 6 months, I've watched the prices in Tennessee really go up quite a bit because of demand. We were finding at first really, really decent, affordable homesteads in Tennessee that were really nice. We're still finding them, but the prices are higher. And now those prices are in the value. Kentucky, definitely number one. To me right now, looks like the best value in the United States. I would say a close second is probably Alabama and Oklahoma, southeastern Oklahoma. Some really good value there. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's really neat to watch all these macro trends. I find watching real estate so interesting. I never thought I'd be so interested in it. I mean, I always have enjoyed looking at land and stuff, but I never thought I would enjoy so much actually just looking at the listings and looking at the prices and kind of seeing where the pressure points are. And yeah, see, I like the Amish too, and I like traditional people, and so I would, a good place to survive is where there's traditional people, and by that I just mean agrarian type people, Amish, Quakers, Mennonites, what have you. So yeah, that's what I would say to that. That's all my super chats and member questions here, folks. I'm getting tired. Jeez, it's midnight. Okay, we're gonna shut her down here. This has been 4 hours. Okay, folks, this has been a slice. Yeah, good amount of you here right till the end. Maybe I'll just take a peruse at the chat and see what I've missed. I'm from Ukraine. Agriculture is destroying from 2019. I bet. Wanting to sell 10 acres for 50 grand in the middle of nowhere between Rosette Park and Valley, a little south of micro towns in the border of Elder County, Utah. How much acres do you need to grow for a family of 7 people? Depends what you want to grow. Depends what you want to do. I would say I prefer larger acreages in that I call it 20 plus. I prefer to always live on that, at least that much acreage. But really, within 5 acres, you can do everything for the most part. Within 5 acres, have all the buildings and infrastructure for your homestead, greenhouses, fields, animal pens, orchards. You can do a lot in 5 acres. Oh, actually, that reminds me. I was gonna show you guys something. The nicest farm. I wonder if I've shown this before, but let me just see. Foxglove Farm. Oh, here we go. In Salt Spring Island is just unbelievable. I want to just share my screen with you guys here for a second. See if I can scroll through some of this. I made this video with this guy, Michael Abelman. He's a really cool guy. This is a few years ago. This is before all the COVID scam. But you want to talk about a farm that has it all. And I wonder if this. Oh, there's me. I want to just go to the drone shot of this farm because it's absolutely insane what this farm looks like. Okay, intro. Come on, dude. Wrap it up. Oh, here we go. Ah, yes, here we go. This is what I want to show. These guys, like, this farm is just unbelievable. And this was on this was on I think they were on 300 and something acres, but they had the sort of inner core here where you got fields. They've got berries, fruits, greenhouses, barns, homes, rental. They have we had an Airbnb suite here. It was amazing. This is on Salt Spring Island, Foxglove Farm it's called. And just beautiful. Is this all beautiful? Let's see. Artichokes, asparagus, little planter shack, multiple greenhouses, nursery. He had this one field that was way up in the bush here that he did grains in. Cool infrastructure, cool little sign, loved it. Such a cool place. But that's what I'm looking at. You know, when I'm thinking about a layout of a homestead, kind of, you know, and this goes to one of the questions here is like, how much land do you need? Well, what do you want to do and what's there? You know, you got your home, you know, on an acre, you can eat up an acre of land pretty quickly by just infrastructure, buildings, roads, stuff that takes up space. An acre gets eaten up pretty quickly. And then from there, you got to just, you know, you're going to have different types of production. You're going to have trees for fruit or nuts. You're going to have fields for vegetables. You might have a crop garden for your animals. You might have pens for your animals. You might have pastures for your animals. You know, 5 acres can go pretty quick. So I would say at least 5 with all those things in. So if you're talking about just how much to grow for 7 people, it depends what you eat. It's hard to answer that question. So that's what I would say to that. I'm just kind of scrolling through here randomly, guys, and then I'm gonna go to bed. How does a sane person still live in California? A serious question from European. I would ask the same thing to a European. I mean, my goodness. Northern California, I mean, I know tons of freedom-minded people that live in Northern California. They don't hear anything from the state. So it's all just depends where you are. But I mean, because I look at Europe and I'm like, but I'm not there, right? So I don't see the details, but I go Europe. I mean, the only place I could imagine living in Europe right now, but this is from a Canadian who doesn't know that much about Europe. I would probably say Hungary or Poland. I have a good buddy who's a doctor who left during the COVID scam because he called out the BS, and then they barred him from practicing in BC. So he moved back to Hungary, where he was originally from. Pathologist, good buddy of mine, and he's there now and he's crushing. He's on a homestead. Hungary has no crime because they haven't let in any immigrants. And so, or Poland is like that too. So, I mean, yeah, that's what I guess, but you know, I couldn't imagine living in the UK or France or Italy or Germany or Brussels, or my goodness. So I don't know, but that's an outsider looking in's perspective. So take it for what it's worth. Could importing 3+ million new residents affect the decisions banks would have to make to evict when the current residents default? Good question. Could it affect it? I think so. I think so. I think the mass migration that we're seeing is going to change the conditions for a lot of people, especially if you live close to it. Again, it's why we've chosen to live super rural. There's no immigrants here. Not that I have any problem with immigrants, but there's none here. I live in a very white Christian part of British Columbia. Dante says, thanks for changing the live streams to this time of day. I can actually watch before you do it. Oh, right on. Yeah, I kind of like it too, actually. It was just easier for my lifestyle because I need to work full days. And so doing streams in the day is a big, it takes a chunk of my day, especially as we get into winter. My daylight hours are reduced and I have so many things to do. So I'm at a point, this is Sam off grid. I'm at a point where I want to sell and go to the land. I think I'll just need to give up my 6-figure income and accept 50K for a fully remote job. Well, yeah. If you got trades though, trades can work for cash. I pay everybody in cash and they love me for it. So, yeah, you can change your lifestyle, but David Hayes says agorism is cool. I expect it to be entirely esoteric. When I've made my way to anarchism, I expected about 4 people to be there. But see, here's the thing with all that stuff. And I get people talk shit. I see in the comments, oh, you're an anarchist. Yeah, that's stupid. Nah. It's like, okay, whatever. Who cares? All we're really discussing is how we'd like the world to be, how the world ought to be. I think we need an anarchist system. I think we need a republic. I think we need minarchism, whatever. Who cares? Who cares what your view is? And I'm not to value anybody's opinion, to value my own opinion in a way. So who cares how you think the world ought to be? How is the world? What is the world? I'm just so much more a pragmatist these days, especially since this new world order thing has just gone so full steam that I just go, who gives a shit what you think about how the world ought to be? Who gives a shit what you think about whether Jordan Peterson was a sellout 20 years ago or he's just a sellout today? Who cares? Who fucking cares? But these people get caught up in the minutia of all this bullshit. And whatever, man. Where's your food coming from? You know? Where's your water coming from? Are you drinking fluoride? You know? EM says, I fell asleep listening to you, Curtis, and you were a native dressed in deer skins teaching people in a big group. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, anyways. So Mark Shepard has your ideal farm. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Spain and Portugal are very, very free and cheap. I agree with that as well. At least what I've learned about them, I would consider those places for sure. You know, and just rural. And you can get rural. I mean, the problem with Europe is that there's just not that much space left and there's so many people. That's the problem with Europe. You know, you look at a map of the world and you look at Europe and my goodness, man, like look at Germany. You zoom in here, just towns everywhere. There's just peri-urban. There's some green areas, but you know, people occupy everywhere in Europe. Like I gotta say, actually, there's some bush in Germany you can get into there. But there's just so much stuff everywhere. Look at all this stuff just spread out. Look at all these farms. Like there's just so many people. It's just so densely populated. Yeah, I've got friends in Greece. I've got friends in Hungary. You know, Hungary is actually quite a nice climate. Where it is on the coast. I think it's temperate. Let's just see here. Yeah, it's temperate. CFB. So it's parts of it are CFA too. That's nice. So that's kind of CFAs like North Carolina, Kentucky, Pennsylvania, that's a CFA climate. And then a CFB climate is a colder version of that. So, but it's still temperate, so it's nice. So in British Columbia, the Salmon Arm area, Armstrong to Salmon Arm is a CFB. So it's very good for agriculture. So this is all gravy for agriculture. All this green stuff. This is Poland, all agriculture. Very good. I remember I was looking at a map the other day, or this is a while ago, at Russia, and I was just fascinated by how much, actual good climate there is in Russia. I always thought Russia was just this is a DF, is that DFC? It's too cold. I mean, you can live there, you can have a 2-month gardening season, but it's just a little too cold. But so much of Russia is DFB. This is prime. This is boreal. This is what I'm in. Beautiful farmland, beautiful country, DFB. And then they even have a huge chunk that's DFA, which is the warmer version of a boreal climate. Think of Nebraska and Iowa. Those are DFA climates. And then they've got this whole area that's temperate. This is unbelievable. This is probably some of the nicest parts of Russia are probably down here. But anyways, I find geography fascinating. But yeah, I mean, you just look at how densely populated these areas are, man. It's just people everywhere. It's just, even in the mountains in Italy, there's people everywhere. There's very few places you can actually just spread around or spread out, and that's a really North American phenomenon, I have to say. Even being, I'm a total jazz head. I listen to a lot of, contemporary jazz music. And one thing that I find is so fascinating about the Western experience, the North American experience, is this idea of space. And that, and if you listen to, say, the music of Miles Davis, Kind of Blue, he brought that to the musical world, was this space, these, think of all, what's his, All Blues, classic Miles Davis song. Just think of the space in the melody. That was a North American phenomenon. That's an American phenomenon. Jazz music is Americana. Jazz music would not have existed without the American experience, and you get it in all kinds of culture, and it's quite fascinating. But this idea of space is that in Europe you just don't have that. There's very little physical space. There's parts that can be more than others, for sure, but it's so different than in America or Canada, where there's just so much space. There's so much personal space. We don't do well in tight spaces here. Like in Asia, people are just so used to being stuffed like sardines that's just the experience. But we just don't have that in America, and it's quite big fan of Cinematic Orchestra. I love those guys. I saw Patrick Watson play with them in Montreal one year. It was great. Yeah, that's something that's different about the over in the West or in North America than we have in Europe. Vic Tim says all anarchy means is without rulers. Exactly. It doesn't mean without law. I'm all for the law, and I'm a huge I'm a student of the law, and I think law is very, very important. And so, but I don't like rulers. I don't like Klaus Schwab. I don't like Trudeau. I don't like dynasties like the Rothschilds. But I like law. I like the written law. And that's really what anarchy is. But again, at the end of the day, who cares what you believe? Because it doesn't matter what you think the world ought to look like or not. Not that I want to devalue somebody's opinion on that, but I just find so many people today, especially in the truther space, just have all these proverbial lines in the sand over nothing. Like, oh, you think so and so? is a good guy, or you think so and so is controlled opposition, who cares? I just find it's minutia. It's things that are unimportant that don't move the needle. Sam says I literally work for one of the Rothschilds now. Well, they're a pretty big family. I've known people that have worked for those groups. The Rockefellers, everybody knows about the Rockefellers, who funded, who created big pharma and big ag and the whole industrial food complex. They're probably the primary movers with all that stuff. They also fund regenerative ag. The Rockefellers fund Stone Barns, which is where there's a big market gardening conference every year at Stone Barns. It's in New York, upstate New York. And I've known dozens. I never went. I actually always wanted to go because it's pretty neat. It's a beautiful place. It's this castle type thing. And so the Rockefellers, on one hand, have funded industrial ag and big pharma for you to get sick and die. But meanwhile, they're also funding regenerative agriculture because that's what they like to eat, right? So it's bugs for thee and flaming yong for me. That's how it is with all these guys. It's the same for when Jean-Martin Fortier took that job working for the Desmarais family, which are the Canadian Rockefellers, the Desmarais. Andre Desmarais. I've met him a few times. He's an interesting character. But Jean-Martin built a farm for Mr. D, who is the epitome of a crony as far as Canada and its aristocracy is concerned. This guy is the epitome of a crony. He is best buddies with Bill Clinton. He has a wing in one of his homes in Quebec that every time Billy Boy comes to town, he goes straight to Mr. D's place. And Jean-Martin worked for him for a number of years. He doesn't anymore. But he built this great farm. And so these cronies, they love organic food for them, right? Because they like to eat healthy and stuff, but they want you to eat the bugs and GMOs and all this shit. And so it's kind of funny. When you have freedom, you don't need law. Am I wrong? I think you're wrong. Because freedom and liberty are two different things. Freedom is just the ability to make a choice one way or the other, but liberty is more to live free. But in order to live free, you have to have laws. You have to have law. And we have law. It's the Bible. The Bible's the law. And in the Western world, the Bible's the law. And so, no, I wouldn't agree. When you have freedom, you don't need law. You need law. Maybe you mean you don't need government. And they're two different things, right? Government is not the law. The government uses the law. The law is a collection of words. It's an old dialectic. It's the law. It's words. The government is the apparatus of people that use the law to administrate the state, the system. So I think we might be getting lost in translation a bit, but yeah. Fantarnia says, don't you like how Trudeau shut down Indian immigration with his diplomacy? I didn't even know that happened. I could care less what the latest idiotic thing Justin Trudeau is up to. Sam, have you ever talked to Nate, Canadian prepper? No, I didn't. I actually reached out to him, not till he never responded to me. No, I never talked to him. His thing is not my thing. His thing is very fear. This is not my thing. My wife watches his videos every now and then. I just find it so clickbaity and so, World War III is tomorrow. It's just lame. But he's got a niche and he's being successful at it. So all the power to him. I think he seems like a good guy. I just don't agree with his worldview in that it's all here I am sounding like a hypocrite because I'm telling you that the shit's hitting the fan, but I don't think you have to be afraid of it. And I don't think that there's any reason to be fearful. And I don't think I don't like this whole prepper thing of just being, oh, you need to pay attention to this geopolitical issue right now because it's going to change everything for you tomorrow. It's like, no, it's not. And it's constantly, it's clickbait. And so, but yeah, I think he's an all right guy, and I think he's doing some good stuff. But no, I reached out to him once, he never got back to me. So that's all I have to say about that. What do you think about nuclear war with Israel Palestine? Well, I don't think nuclear weapons exist, and so I have no fear of nuclear war. I think it's a complete scam. It's just a complete fear thing, and call me crazy, but look into it. There's actually not a lot of evidence that actually show that nuclear weapons exist. All we have is footage that is been shown to be doctored many times, just like the moon landing. So no, I don't fear nuclear war at all. I don't think we'll ever see it. I think the fear of nuclear war is more valuable than the nuclear war, because nuclear war, if it exists, if nuclear weapons exist, and maybe they do, I could be wrong. I just my gut tells me they don't exist. But there's no upside to it if it does exist. It's a complete devastation, which it's like the whole thing of mutually assured destruction is the thing that prevents nuclear war, right? And it makes sense in that way, but so no, I have no fear about that whatsoever. I don't think we'll ever see it. I don't think it'll ever happen. I think it's just another thing to scare you out of your boots and just keep you wagging the dog and being fearful of the next thing. Curtis, do you have forest engineering knowledge because of your high dedication to a good driveway culverts and drainage ponds? No, I don't have a formal education in anything except music composition and engineering. No, I just do stuff and make mistakes and learn. That's how I do it. If you're ethical, moral, Larry says, if you're ethical, moral, and a mature person, you don't really need laws to follow, but you need laws like rules for a board game, an outline for cooperation and competition. Yeah, and that's laws really only come in place with other people because you have to come to agreements and you need contracts and all that. And so, and you know that the more I have gone deeper down the rabbit hole of reading the law, the less contempt I actually have for the system, to be totally honest with you. I think most of the problems we witness with the government, so there's law and there's government, and then there's politics, and they're all three different things, right? So law, I talked about that. That's just a bunch of words, a bunch of paper and ideas and dialectics and contracts and whatnot. That's the law. And then there's the government, which is the administrative state that manages, and it's a bunch of people that are using the law to manage things in society, collect taxes, distribute money, pay debts, accrue debts mostly. And then you have politics, which is the rhetoric of politicians. So they're all different things. They're not all one and the same. But I have to tell you, the more red-pilled I've become from reading the law, and I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of hours I am to reading the law now. I don't keep track, but I think it's thousands of hours that I've spent reading statutes and things like that, definitions and whatnot. Is that you don't really, the whole matrix doesn't actually, I don't think is in and of itself a bad thing. The idea, and then what is the matrix? The matrix is, as I define it, is the Anglo-American establishment monetary system that governs the world we live in, because everything is based on money. And I don't mean that in some cliche way of being like, oh, what money makes the world go around. No, it's in that the entire legal framework is based on commerce. It's all based on commerce. And it all comes down to a big, thick book called the Uniform Commercial Code. All Western law is all based on money. So everything is a unit. Everything, and that's, it's a really dehumanizing way of looking at the world in a way. However, it is only because of where we've been put in it. And what we have in this matrix, the matrix is sort of the front end experience of the apparatus of the legal and monetary system that's presented to us to use. The Bar Association comes out of that. Everything that governs the world as we experience, makes all the rules and decides the winners and losers and all that. But above that, you have a trust. And so the government is a corporation. It's a corporation in the most traditional sense of the word. A corporation is just an organization that has a dedicated purpose. And usually that's to produce profit for the shareholders. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in and of itself. But above that corporation is a trust. And that's where you get into the private law stuff. That's where the real gravy is in trust law. But what's happened in our system is that you have these corporations on the front end of things and then trusts on the back end. And so your legal person is just like that. So you take your birth certificate, the all caps name. Sometimes it's organized into different ways. It'll be last, comma, middle, first, or sometimes it'll be first, comma, middle, last, and those are all different corporations. So corporation on the front end is that you as a man or a woman have been placed in a fiduciary duty to administrate the duties of that corporation. That's to pay the taxes, to go along with whatever they're telling you, and then you're used as a financial asset for the government to borrow money. That's how the whole monetary system in governments work in central banking, is they borrow money based on their assets that they own, which are the assets they created, which is your ass. They created a birth certificate, which is a monetary instrument. That's why it has a QSIP number on it. The original birth certificates in Canada all say for treasury use only. It's a monetary instrument. So on the front end, it's a corporation. On the back end, it's a trust. And you've been placed as a trustee to the fiduciary duty. Now, we could change the system tomorrow and use all the framework that's already here, in my opinion. I've talked to Dean Clifford about this many, many hours sipping Irish whiskey, going down the rabbit hole of what the system is and what's actually wrong with it and how it could be changed. Is that the whole framework of everything, the monetary system and all that, isn't necessarily a bad thing. What's fundamentally bad is that we've been appointed as trustees unbeknownst to ourselves. We tacitly agreed to be trustees to the fiduciary duty of that person. All you'd have to do to change, if you wanted to create a world, and I'll sound a little utopian and cheesy here for a second, take it for what it's worth, to create a world or a place, use the matrix system because it's already there. You could create a place where you didn't pay taxes, okay? And you actually could take care of everybody that needed to be taken care of, that couldn't take care of themselves. So people that were disabled, handicapped, people who have been victimized by violence or whatever, anybody who can't take care of themselves, we could do it all. How? Very simply, by appointing everybody as who is a trustee is a beneficiary. So now you become a beneficiary to the system. The system can borrow money in the same way because it's leveraging, instead of leveraging the trustees that are poor suckers going along with the system they don't understand, leverage the resources of the country. And that's what the real wealth is anyways. So you could literally have a system where I don't want to say it's UBI, and not some socialist system, but you could use the state. And again, I'm just being an imaginative. I'm an anarchist fundamentally. I don't really believe in any of this shit, but I'm just saying, if you wanted to riff on it and think about it, you could actually repurpose the system to be good by just changing everybody to be beneficiaries. And then where does the money come from? Where does the wealth come from? It comes from the land. And so what you would, if you wanted to have some form of taxation that wasn't income tax or property tax, you would tax the resources used. So if companies want to use the resources of the land, that's fine. They can do that. They can get 99-year leases on, they already do it. Like with forestry and mining, they already do it. That's what finances the nation, is the use of the resources, because there are resources. If you believe that we're all part of this, a nation state, then you use the resources to create wealth, to provide things that people can't provide for themselves. Otherwise, have a free market, an absolute free market, where people can work hard and see all the benefit. Because income tax is a huge drain on human productivity. When people get to a stage where they start paying 6 figures in taxes a year, it's pretty hard to get past that, because it's a drag, and a lot of people get stuck there. It's a glass ceiling, and that's intentional. But you could essentially change the entire system by appointing everybody who is a trustee as a beneficiary. And then politicians, if you want politicians or people to work in government, they would be trustees. They have the fiduciary duty, and they would be held to account. But anyways, I've worked on that with a number of people over the years, and it's all possible. And I think it's actually, I believe that it was actually set up that way. That's what I believe. It was actually set up because I've got into these pretty deep conversations with guys like Dean about title, about land title, and who has title, and all this. Because when you buy property, if you got to pay taxes on it, do you really own it if they can just take it? No, you can't. No, you don't. You have what's called an equitable title. And then there's different titles. And the state holds the legal title, and then you have the equitable title. So equitable title just means right of use. So you can use it and get the benefit of it, which I think is really all that matters, frankly. But you don't have the legal title, so that you don't have to pay taxes and blah, blah, blah. And that conversation can go quite deep. But what Dean Clifford told me actually one time, and I was like, dude, I never thought about it that way, because he said, nobody has title. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, nobody actually has title. God has all title. And I'm like, well, that's interesting, because I can't prove that God has title, but I do know that the entire Western law system, legal system, is based on the Bible. And if you want to get remedy in a lot of things, the more you know about the Bible, the more remedy you'll get. And nobody, like, when you look at the way land titles are written up and what's in them, nobody really has it. And is that necessarily a bad thing? Well, it is if they're taking your property unjustifiably, yeah. At the same time, I mean, my experience on my land is, yeah, okay, I have the equitable title. I don't have a debt on it. I don't have a mortgage on it or anything, so that's good. But it is a title. It's just it's an equitable title. It's at the land titles office. It's all in the box. It's all straightforward. And some of my law friends go, well, yeah, but you know, real title, you got to get a allodial title and all this stuff. And I don't know anybody in Canada who's actually done that, who's gotten any remedy from it. Because every time I press them on it, it's like, well, what does that actually mean? Does that mean you don't pay property taxes? Does that mean that you have some shiny piece of paper that says you now have a allodial title? It's a bunch of red herrings that you can spend a lifetime chasing, and they don't actually do anything for you. And that's what I found. The deeper I got into all that law stuff, the more I have found that the real remedy, that at least what works all the time, is to just go straight into the matrix and use what's there. It just means that there's no easy answers. But when you understand principles in the law, there are easy answers, actually. When you actually start to understand equity and how equity works in the legal system, you can get it anywhere. You can find it because you know what to look for, because you know it's there. So if I know in the maxims of equity that there always has to be a remedy in every statute, I don't get intimidated by a statute because I know there's a remedy in there. There has to be. That's the law. That's the way it's built. Because the legal system is this mirror image doppelganger of the Bible in a way. Cal Washington, Dean Clifford, they both agree with me on this. And I think Dean actually was the one that presented that. No, maybe it was Cal to me, but the legal system is a doppelganger of the Bible. It's sort of this worldly way of creating a bunch of rules for complicated subjects in commerce that the Bible couldn't do, but it does actually. And most statutes you can trace back into verses in the Bible. It's really trippy. You talk to a guy like Cal Washington about it, and he'll tell you, he'll talk your ear off for days. It's really, really crazy, the correlations. But so yeah, where was I going with that? But basically that there's remedy in it, all of it. But what it means is that you have to step up. And is that actually that bad of a thing? I don't think it is. I actually think there's huge opportunity in even what's happening right now for us to step up. And I think a lot of way beyond the macro, like, because I was talking bigger picture at the start, but way beyond the macro, there is a spirit, and this is a cliche to say it because it's not new to say this, that there's some kind of spiritual warfare going on. There's some kind of spiritual thing happening right now. And I think is right now the opportunity to step up into the kingdom of God. And in my opinion, it's to own it, is to own all of it. And partly why I don't call myself a Christian is because I don't want to try to represent a bunch of things that I don't fully understand. I'm not a biblical scholar. My knowledge of the Bible is what I've learned through the law and referencing law to the Bible. But I'm not going to sit and quote scripture and stuff like that. But I think we can get closer to the kingdom of God when we're in nature and we're in where was I going with that though? About the law. I'm kind of losing my train of thought now. What was the older law book you mentioned? The Maxims of Equity. If I had to pick two law books, I had a guy ask me this last week. If I had to pick two law books, I would pick The Maxims of Equity, and then I'd get a copy of Black's Law Dictionary. Hopefully fourth or fifth editions or prior, because they start to change the definitions in the older ones. I've got a crazy, wicked copy. It cost me $500 of Black's Law Fifth, and it's really nice. But there's a Bible in a courtroom for and so yeah, you could change that and a few other things, but the bones are there. I would get rid of 99% of the ordinance and statutes that go on the local level, but even the Canadian Charter of Rights is similar to the Constitution. It's different when you understand what Canada is and what the US was prior to the 1871 Organic Act. But it's a similar document, right? It's a charter. A charter is a boat in commerce transporting goods. Charter a ship, and that's the charter. The charter, it's all business, right? So again, it's not necessarily the worst thing. It is what it is. But the Canadian Charter, you could just use it. You could change all this stuff in Canada. Just get rid of all this nonsense they've added on and just have the charter, and boom, there's a thing that's like a constitution. There, works. But it's just a bunch of greedy people that have messed it up and played trickery. Lawyers in particular have tricked people out of learning the law. And that's most people's problems with the law, unless they're just committing crime, stem from the fact they don't understand it and they get intimidated by it, and then they get pushed around by it. Just like anything. If you don't know what you don't know. Green Bastard says, I was arguing about ANCAPs. The problems with ANCAPs are open borders, acceptance of degeneracies like abortion and sodomy just because one consents to it. See, this whole thing of ANCAPs and minarchists and anarcho-communists and all this, it's like, at the end of the day, people are debating how the world ought to be. At the end of the day, that's what it really is. It's who cares? Who cares if you think the world ought to be this way or that way? How is the world and how are you in it? That's all that matters to me now. Like, you know, ANCAPs this, ANCAPs that, I don't know. Yeah, I just find, I guess I've just been into those conversations for so long that I'm just so bored of them. But I don't find they bring any value. They don't. That's their argument against ANCAP. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but I don't even know if I believe with that ANCAP anymore. I think the problem with you know, I got really into anarcho-capitalism back in the day when Stefan Molyneux was more prominent on YouTube. I really watched a lot of his stuff, and he wrote some great books. I actually he wrote a book called Practical Anarchy. It's really good. You know, he talked about how to form these stateless societies based on just private property, and it's interesting stuff. But yeah, what do you do when you have marauding immigration that's just flooding in? What do you do? The problem, I think the problem with the biggest problem with an anarcho-capitalism is that it requires an extraordinary amount of responsibility for everybody. Because if you're going to have a sort of a stateless society, call it, where you just have a bunch of private holdings, what incentive does so let's say it's a geographical area like this, and there's, call it, you know, 100 private domains within that area. Well, for one, if you can't define that area as a single area, it's not an area. So if your neighbor 4 or 5 properties over to you has people migrating into his property, and eventually you think they might arrive to yours, what incentive do you have to go over there and help him? If you're not part of a nation state. And this is where a nation state has practicality in its idea. And so this is where, for me these days, I'm just kind of agnostic with all this stuff, because I think the older I get, the more I just realize the old cliche, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And I don't have all the answers to how to form a society. So what do I care if somebody has a different idea than I've heard in the past? I mean, maybe it's a good idea. You know, it's like Peterson says, you should assume, one of the rules in his book, you should assume that the person you're talking to might know something that you don't. It's a pretty good position to have. it helps, you know. I've talked to some people, and I've talked to a lot of people because I've traveled a lot and met, you know, tens of thousands of people, teaching workshops and consulting and doing all these kinds of things that I've done. I've met people that I totally expected something differently to come out of their mouth, and by giving them the time of day, really surprised me. And so people will do that when you listen, and when you don't just write people off because, oh, you didn't realize Jordan Peterson was a sellout until the last minute. That means that everything you've ever said is you're an idiot. You know, it's like if you go through life that way, you'll just have less friends. And one old buddy of mine, he seems to be losing a lot of friends very quickly because he seems to do that a lot to people, is burn bridges, and it doesn't go long. You know, it's not a recipe for longevity with social capital, if you will. Larry says the beauty of having different states, they're not all the same. And I agree. And that's why the American system is the best system that has been created. And so Captain Barn Burner, I like that one. I was calling it Operation Barn Burner, but I think, yeah, Captain Barn Burner, that's even better. But that's what's great about the state system, is that people can vote with their feet. And I think that's why the New World Order wants to destroy America. That's why it's its primary focus. Because if you can destroy even the idea of America, because really all America is at this point is an idea, in my opinion. The Constitution's gone. You can't get any remedy from the Constitution in the courts. They throw you out. No justice in their courts anymore. It's completely corrupt. But it's the idea of the American way is the most powerful aspect of it. And I'm a huge Americana fanboy, and so I say that with the utmost respect for the system and what America's founders intended it to be. And yeah, I mean, the First Amendment and Second Amendment, these are critical, and they're worldwide standards that people hold the U.S. in this reverence. I mean, maybe not so much these days, but have in the past. And yeah, Liberland. Yeah, speaking of voting with your feet, Liberland has recently gained access to their land, finally, after 8 years of struggle. Jeez. Liberland is it a bona fide country now? It's basically a collection of private holdings. I think they're a collection that people said, we're going to form a country and we want to call it Liberland. So it's pretty cool. Just the problem with the if things are too libertarian is that you can just get taken over really easily. And that's I think one of the biggest critiques that people have for the idea of anarcho-capitalism or a society that becomes too libertarian. I think there's a good case to make, and I'm not making it, but just to put it out there, that people would make. Because like I said, I'm kind of an agnostic with these things now. I don't really care. I don't really care if I'm an anarchist, or I don't really care if I'm a minarchist, or I don't care. It's like all of these are just ideas on how you think the world ought to be. So it's just an idea. Who cares? But I think I can see the need for a state, but a small state in a small geographical area. I'd like to see Canada be broken up into 1,000 countries, or maybe 100, and where it's sort of bioregions, where the First Nations had a similar idea. The Okanagan Nation, the Silex Nation, or whatever they call it. Maybe something like that, where it could be smaller and more accountable. Because this idea of this big countries just doesn't seem to work very well, because nobody can agree on the same thing. What is somebody in Nova Scotia, what in their day-to-day experience, what do I have in common with them here in the mountains of southern British Columbia? Nothing. It's so the idea of this giant nation state is a joke. I'd love to see Quebec separate. I supported Quebec separatism when I was in Montreal. I totally supported Quebec separatism as an Anglophone in Montreal. Totally support Quebec separatism. Totally support Alberta separatism. Would love to see BC separate. And we could tomorrow, because even in the Canadian documents, there is really no Canada. If you read, it's all just a corporate fiction, and it's all a bunch of ignorance of the law stacked on ignorance of the law. But when you actually look at the Canadian Interpretations Act and you look at what defines a province, they don't list any of the provinces. They don't talk about Canada with all these provinces at all. They talk about the Northwest Territories and none of it. Like, what? BC and Alberta and Saskatchewan in the Interpretations Act of Canada are not even considered provinces, though everybody calls them provinces, but they're not actually in the letter of the law their own provinces. They're their own somewhat de facto states that only operate because everybody assumes they're legit, but they're not. It could change all tomorrow, all of it. And we could use the same framework to help people develop infrastructure and whatnot. The bones of it are all there. You just have to give people a fair shake. And that's the thing, we don't get a fair shake. Is with the system the way it is, it only just benefits the plutocrats, and it doesn't benefit the common man. Even if you get a representative from your area, if you get a representative in your vocation and socioeconomic level, most politicians are lawyers. Exactly. Yeah, that's again, that goes back to what I started with this whole thing, why we're off the grid, because the whole thing is going to collapse. It cannot. It's not going to sustain itself. Green Bastard says regarding World Wealth 3 grayness. What the fuck does that mean? GHE gayness with a G. Is that like a cult thing? Anyways, the West should not pay a dime for this war. Westerners shouldn't have one. No, of course not. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Finish your place, Curtis. We will need you for the new Canada. Yeah, what's that going to look like? I think Canada is going to completely fall apart. I think what's going to happen probably in the next, it's so hard to make predictions on this, but I think it'll happen before 2030, or maybe it'll happen just at 2030, is that they're going to use Cloward and Piven to basically deconstruct every aspect of life in the Western world. All the aspects, economy, culture, politics, transportation, everything. You're going to destroy everything. You're not going to be able to own anything. That they're going to just bring in the new system out of the ashes of the old system. And that's what they always do. That's straight up Manly P. Hall. All these guys, these cronies have been writing about this stuff in books for hundreds of years, how they want to do all this. But they're going to break it all down to bring in the new system. And the new system is a global government. Oh, now, since all the politicians are all corrupt and it's all falling apart, well, we can't trust politicians, so we're going to use an AI system, and everybody's going to have a social credit score, and order out of chaos. Exactly. So yeah. Yayor says, what about Eastern Europe? Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be in Europe, Poland, Hungary, Russia, Portugal, and parts of Spain are all right too. But yeah, that's where we're going. And so I just say, get out of the way. Just let the chips fall where they may, because you're not going to change it. No election is going to change it. You can spend your life in politics, and I've watched it because I grew up in a kind of a political household. When my mom was involved with the New Democratic Party in Canada, I had a bunch of friends that were politicians, met a lot of the people in the NDP party, like Lana Popham, who's the Minister of Agriculture, is absolutely detestable individual who's just lies through her teeth and is just pushing globalism, and it's disgusting, but it is what it is. And I think she's ignorant to most of it, but she tells little lies as all these politicians do, to advance their career. Because that's really, at the end of the day, all a politician wants is just to have a career as a politician. They don't give a shit about individual struggles, and a lot of the things that they promote, their policies actually go against, like Minister Lana Popham, Minister of Agriculture. Her policies are destroying family farms, but those family farms shouldn't be listening to the policies. And so at the same time, I think people's ignorance of the law has to come to account. People have to start learning shit. If you don't like a policy, understand it. If you don't like the law, learn it. Don't just sit there and talk shit. It's just not productive. You're just not going to do anything for yourself. Like all these truthers that went down to the trucker rally thing. This is a complete waste of time. The complete. And I was watching, I was watching it when it was go down. I was like, this is kind of cool, but I didn't go down. I never told anybody to go down there either, despite what some people like to spread lies to me about. But so I think people need to take account and take responsibility. And that's the path. Yeah, this is going on too long. People are like, 5 hours? Yeah, I mean, geez, this is insane. So yeah, folks. Yeah, Sam off grid. Can I get a deal as a freedom farmer? Like, all right. Well, if you are, I don't know what you're asking. So, anyways, folks, there's another that if you want to get into Freedom Farmers Pro, there's now a monthly thing, so you get access to all the stuff. The Homestead Accelerator. If you're looking for land, what we're asking for this offer is a joke. It's a joke. People, I love doing it too, so don't get me wrong. I really enjoy it. I really enjoy the process, but the value we're giving is insane if you want to get on the land. So, and if you aren't in there and you want us to, we're looking at being able to list people's properties. We're kind of working out how to do that because we don't want to be involved in the real estate deal. And so we're basically just charging a service. And so we're still kind of working out how that's going to go. But we do have a few people that want to list properties. And so I'm going to look at those. But I better get to bed because I got to do a lot of road work tomorrow. I got a lot of material being delivered. So, okay, folks, this has been a slice, and share and like this if you enjoyed it. I'll see you guys in the next one.